Hello everyone, and welcome in to our next session. The four former Lobotomy Corporation branch department heads at last have a chance to catch their breaths and take a moment to recover, tend to their wounds, and head back home. The four of them were forced to fight their way through an abandoned facility, endure the assault of Golden Bough Hunters waiting for them outside, and rescue Miix from falling to the depths of despair when she distorted, wrapping herself into a cocoon in a feeble attempt to shield herself from the outside world. On the verge of exhaustion, battered and bruised, the four dragged themselves back to the safe haven within D Corp's District 4 and returned the RV to head back out on the road. Miix, Merru, Prior, Kai, how are all of you winding down after the gauntlet you were put through, battling non-stop against abnormalities, Golden Bough Hunters, and the distortion of one of your own?
I suppose I will start, as usual. Hello, everybody. I'm Miix. I play Manager Miix of the Information Department. Confused, for sure. Stressed, for sure. I'd say there's a lot of emotions going through Miix's head. But there is a sense of clarity there. She's no longer hiding. She feels as if she's no longer hiding herself anymore. Her eyes look a bit different. Her expression is a bit more defined. It's less confused. In general, she carries herself differently. There's so many things going through her head, the stuff with her family, the distortion itself, just everything. All of that has been going through her head, and despite that, she is able to keep a clear head on her shoulders. So for that, she at least has earned a little bit more respect than before.
Absolutely. And Merru?
Yes. Hello. I'm Merru Online. I play our control team department head, Merru. And I guess to wind down, Merru should have rested. He knows that's what he's got to do to take better care of himself. But honestly, the only thing he found that helped him not stress about how close everyone came to death during that gauntlet, especially himself with that bullet that almost shot him through the head, was mindlessly doing some tasks around the RV and then keeping watch just in case anything or anyone else came their way. But I think after having some time to decompress that way, Merru probably did feel just a bit relieved now that what happened to them in this district is over. Miix is okay. They're all okay. They're gonna head back to the facility. They survived, got the bow. It's all good. So that's what he's trying to focus on.
Absolutely. And you have all gotten the bow, survived, and Prior.
Hello. I am Prior Year. I am allegedly a VTuber, but today and most Saturdays you can find me here playing Prior of the training team. Prior is in a better place, I suppose. Not dead. That'd be too much to hope for. No, he's actually doing quite well for himself. He's exhausted. He's beaten down. He's had to deal with yet another, and he hopes the final distortion of someone close to him. But with it all resolved, he does have some hope that maybe from here on things will finally start getting better. Every other time someone has distorted, the time afterwards has been healing, repairing. He only hopes he can do the same again.
Absolutely. And Kai, we go to you.
Hello. I'm Kai Calypso, playing manager Kai, who is physically not in the best shape. Licking his wounds, I think he focuses on, metaphorically, not. He focuses on what's ahead of him, like he always has, and has almost become used to this monotony of attack after attack the moment that they leave the facility. I mean, certainly a distortion is never something to, look over, but kind of like Pryor said, it is usually a bit calmer waters after something like that happens. It's almost a bonding moment to know that all of them have that shared trauma, and knowing that they did, despite all odds, manage to do what they were setting out to do, even if there were unanticipated hiccups. I think there is a sense of relief as he gets ready to head back with what they've managed to grab.
Absolutely. And you all have a moment. If there's anything you all would like to do in this settlement before heading out on the road, you can say your final goodbyes. You can interact with anyone here that you've met and you'd like to say goodbye to before heading out.
You know what? Mr. DM,
Yes.
might I ask to talk to Noah?
Absolutely. Noah's in the crowd with the people here, but you're able to pull her out from the crowd and pull her away a bit to have a conversation. She'll come over and she'll say, "Can I help you out, Miix?"
Yeah. I think really it's more so like both ways. I think Noah was kind of seeking Miix out. Regardless. But yeah, Miix will see her and say, hey,
She nods.
I'm sorry about all of what's happened.
Noah kind of just shakes her head at you, Miix, at that and says, "It's all right. I don't hold any hard feelings against you, if that's what you're worried about."
Miix, we can see, lets out the breath that she's been holding this entire time, and just, doubles over and just lets out, breathes in and out and says, "Oh, okay, that's good." Yeah, sorry. A lot of stuff's happened. I wasn't really fair to you, or really anyone for that matter. To be honest, I was kind of in a haze when we got here. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do or how anything was gonna go with what we're doing, and I get what you mean now about the community you guys have built here. How it's how it may have been born out of convenience, but it's now it's been strengthened by the trust you guys have for each other. I think that's really nice.
Noah smiles at you, Miix, and says, I'm glad. Miix, I figured you were going through some things, and I'm happy to see you grow, to see you change. It's alright if it took you some time to come to the conclusions you have, and I'm sure you're not done growing, but...
Maybe. Maybe not. No. I mean, not that I know I'm headed any better. I have an idea, though, and I guess that's a start. You know, how do you do it, though?
She kind of tilts her head at that and says, how do I keep moving forward?
No, well, that too, but also just how do you, I guess, lead people? It's... I want to do that too. I want to be able to help people and guide them. Maybe not a full-on leader like you're doing, but I want to be able to help people. But I'm not sure how to start. And you kind of seem to have it figured out.
I've had a lot of time to figure out what works, and I have my own fair share of mistakes. Best advice I guess I can give is to listen to the people around you, to the people under you. I saw a lot back in the war, fighting there, and when it ended and we were left out to dry, I realized if no one stepped up to take charge, well, we would have all just been scattered fighting to survive. I just try to make sure everyone here has their needs met. And I try to make sure that we're all taking care of each other. Really, that's the best advice I can give you.
Fair enough. I guess there's no magic secret to it.
If there was, I'd love to know. But no, as far as I'm aware, there's no singularity that can make you a good leader or anything like that.
Maybe that's for the best.
Probably is.
I feel like if life was that convenient, maybe it'd be a little too boring.
I also imagine that stuff would fall into the wrong hands.
Do you, want one? Miix says as she pulls out her cigarettes.
She shakes her head at that and says, I like to keep the smoke away from this area. If you're gonna smoke, I'd prefer you do so outside. For some of us, it's a way to deal. For others, it just brings back the memories.
Miix thinks about that and then shrugs That's fine. Still, though, and Miix looks at the settlement again. Like I said, it's really impressive what you guys have built here. Maybe one day more places can be like this, you know? I wish they were. The world would be better off like this. People helping each other.
Can't say for sure what might come to pass. And she kind of turns to look back at the settlement, at all of those milling about. But I'm sure there's more places like this in different corners, even if it's small, even if it's not something the head's ever gonna solve for us. At the
Fair
very
enough.
least, you gotta come together to take care of your own communities.
No, I'd like that more, honestly. Just places like this. If places like this can exist, even if the world is the way it is, maybe in spite of the fact that the world is the way it is, then that's an ideal I want to keep chasing, you know?
Then do so. She kind of grins at you.
I don't need you to tell me that.
She just laughs at that and says, well, I'm glad that you were planning to already then.
Well, I'm a changed woman. I kind of have to take initiative on my own, sometimes at least. But
She smiles at
anyways, you're a busy woman, and I'm sure that you've got a lot of things to do.
that. Oh, yeah.
Miix puts forward a hand.
She
thank
turns
you.
to you, Miix. And she grasps your hand with her one that isn't the bug arm and says, it's no problem, Miix. You're always welcome back here, as are your friends. If you need a place to stay in D Corp's District 4, we've got you covered. For as long as this place remains standing, which I at least have no intentions of leaving here for a very long time.
Thanks. I might come visit someday. And for what it's worth, I think this place will stay standing.
I intend for it too.
Miix, satisfied with the conversation, starts to walk and then stops and thinks of one last thing and turns back towards Noah and says, Noah.
Yeah. She looks back at you. Need something?
Do you think that it's possible for Miix blushes a little bit and then says, you think it's possible for people helping each other, stuff like that, for that to be the way the world is one day?
Noah, you notice, does sort of pause for a moment, kind of sighs and says, I can't say. I'm not really too concerned with the world as a whole. But I at least think places like this can thrive. I think most folks in the city are scared, more than anything.
Yeah. I think so too. Thanks. And Miix will walk back to where everybody else is.
Absolutely. You can head back towards everyone else. And is there anyone else here any of you would like to interact with?
Could Kai go check in on his patient? If that's all right.
Absolutely. You can definitely check in on your patients over here. You find Juliet and Rosaline.
Oh, yeah, and I did want to debrief with Miss Nurse in Training, Juliet, yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The two of them are already together when you find them.
Great. Considering the role that he managed with those bandages and his, advice to Juliet on changing them, I presume that Rosaline should be nearly healed by now?
Oh, yes, no. At this point, Rosaline's basically completely healed on up. You see that she is out and about when you found her again. She does, when she first sees you, kind of like stiffens up and says, Dr. Kai, I promise I wasn't overexerting myself too much. But you see, Kai, it doesn't look like there's any lasting injuries from the infection or any other, debilitating effects.
To her stiffening up, I think that for a split second, Kai will attempt a semblance of looking a little bit intimidating as he hums and gives her a once-over, scanning over, the few scabs, and I presume, based on how bad shape she was, she probably has some scar tissue, purple-hued now, will fade over time, nothing that's gonna, leave a very permanent mark, and will nod in approval.
Absolutely. She seems to relax at that and smiles when you seem to nod in approval at her.
Glad you haven't been overexerting yourself, but you seem to be in good shape, so no worries here. I trust that your doctor will have your best interests in mind. And he will turn to Juliet, because he did want to talk to her, yeah.
Absolutely. When he turns to her, Juliet looks to you and she's right at attention. It's clear that she's listening and seems ready to receive whatever you have to share with her.
You've done good. I'm sorry that I can't be around to help you after this. I wanted to, I've been thinking, I think you should ask around with some of the other soldiers. There's gotta be someone here that at least knew a combat medic, and could find somewhere or has some old notes. You're gonna be dealing with, I'm sure, more than just some infections that can be handled with bandaging correctly. I didn't have the time to write anything for you, not that I ever considered myself much of a teacher type anyway, but if I can't be here to help, you'll have to get competent yourself.
I understood. She kind of at once, you can tell there's a bit of stress that settles over her features at that, but she immediately kind of stiffens to attention, and there's this determined look that comes over her gaze.
Realizing how rude that telling someone that you'll have to become confident can be taken, but appreciating that she's actually taking it as constructive criticism, he'll soften his gaze a bit and say, I do appreciate your effort, and I'm sure that the others do too, but you saw how having your heart in the right place didn't necessarily matter when it came to Rosaline. I mean, she could have had permanent brain damage from that fever, or worse if it hadn't broken when it did. In the medical field, success matters more than having a good heart, and I want you to look back at your work here and be proud.
She kind of lowered her head for a moment at that, knowing that no matter how much her heart was, it wouldn't have changed the results. But when you tell her to look back and be proud, she looks up at you, Kai, and she says, "Thank you. I know I need to get better. I need to learn more. If not for you, I don't know what might have happened. I wouldn't have been able to help her, and
It's a difficult place to put yourself with the lives of others in your hands. Even if the worst had come to pass, I hope that you would have learned from your mistakes, and I hope that you learn from mistakes that you will inevitably make in the future. But you will get better because you want to, because you will try.
Yes, I will. I'll be sure to. Thank you, Kai."
That's all the leadership quality I've got. Kai will kind of duck his head, half bow at her. You did good with the bandages after I instructed you, so you are a quick learner. Please do ask around for any field notes that you can get. I'm sure that you'll be able to find something. This is clearly a very resourceful group.
I will for sure. I'll go to the store right now. And Juliet kind of grabs Rosaline's hand and pulls her along as you see that she's set out to start asking other people questions, kind of just tugging Rosaline behind her as Rosaline gives you one last wave and "Thank you, Kai." And they run off.
Wave back. Satisfied with his being helpful to the group, he will head on back to his.
Absolutely. And is there anything else any of you would like to do, or anyone you'd all like to interact with as you wrap up in the D Corp settlement?
You know what? I might actually jump in here if we're all having scenes. Would you mind if Pryor stole Noah for a moment?
Absolutely.
Not I don't have as much perhaps emotionally planned, but I do want to get some logistics sorted out.
Absolutely. You can find her. She's on the edge of the group still, Pryor. If you head on over to where Noah is. And she'll say, "Pryor."
Noah. Glad to see you still in one piece.
Same to you. It looked like most of you took a bit of a beating. She kind of looks around to all of you except Miix, who looks perfectly fine after what occurred.
Yeah, Pryor lets out a chuckle and goes, "Yeah, so I have good news and bad. The bad news is getting those supplies from the defunct L Corp location might not be a good idea. There are some very dangerous..." Pryor realizes that, like, the discussion of abnormalities and, like, all the lore of, like, L Corp is, like, really hard to explain in a brief conversation. Just says, "There are monsters trapped inside that facility. I think it would be best to avoid that place, especially because there's now nothing down there of value worth taking."
She nods her head, and Pryor, her eyes seem to pierce into you as she takes this in and says, I would rather not be risking my people's lives if there's nothing of value for us there. I've heard rumors of those monsters and of what was once the new L Corp got up to. We'll stay away. Thank you.
Probably
Fire.
for the best. Nah, the metal's valuable, and I'm not going to lie that there's probably not some technology down there that would be tempting, but trust me, the things down there are... They were a match for the strongest agents of the former fallen corporation. I'm not doubting you and your agent's competency, but I doubt you might even be able to hurt some of the more powerful things down there. But the good news is, and there is always good news, we successfully extracted an item of incredible value from down there, which means you won't have to deal with any more powerful folk crossing through your area trying to find it. Now that it's gone, the Intervallo rush in this area should calm right down to a standstill.
Well, that's good to hear. I admit there's been a lot more attacks as of late and a lot more... How should I say? People from out of
Greedy
the area.
bastards.
Yes, you can phrase it like that. She kind of lets out a laugh. As you can tell, she was trying to put it in a more tactful way, but you basically summarized it.
Yeah, everyone wants something, and unfortunately, not everyone has good manners in trying to get it. Thankfully, our cooperation with you has proven beneficial, I hope, for both parties. It's been an honor working with you, Noah. And thank you for the help you provided, Miix. I think your words of wisdom ultimately proved very beneficial for her to hear.
She smiles at that and she says, "It's been an honor working with you too, Prior, and I'm just glad if I could help her. I get this world teaches you to be cruel, and you have to become strong to survive, but doesn't mean you shouldn't try to see the best in the people out there."
As we get older, we get jaded and cynical. That's not necessarily a good thing, it's just the progression of time. Still, well, I don't think youth is wasted on the young. I think they're the only ones who really deserve to enjoy it.
Gotta agree with you there, and I hope she doesn't lose sight of those ideals.
Do you think it's gonna happen again? Soon, I mean.
She quirks an eyebrow at that and sort of tilts her head.
Come on, don't tell me you haven't seen it in the air. The conflict, the espionage.
Oh.
City never really changes. Do you think there's gonna be another big one soon?
I see what you're saying. I want to say if there is, it's not something I have any interest in sticking my head in. I have heard rumors on the wind about... well, let's just say there's... A wing has fallen and no one yet has risen to replace it. And there are other
Going on.
wings.
It's gone on a lot longer than I think the last one left for. I mean, what was the gap between the last L Corp fall? A few days.
Pretty much immediately after the war, from what I know. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the corporation side of things. I was too busy trying to survive after we all got left out to rot in the back streets, but no, it's been years now, and that area's still unclaimed. There's
And
yet
there's
to
no
be...
major... I was gonna say there's not another major power producer that's come up to bat in the city.
far as I know, there hasn't, and she kind of looks around before she lowers her voice. There are certain corps you likely know better than I do, allied with L Corp before it fell, that need that power supply to keep functioning as they once did.
The era is changing. We're getting closer and closer. I give it another year, 2 years, maybe myself, before we see another big one. That's just the the prediction of an old man, though. So take it with a grain of salt.
There's a very tired smile on her face as she says, I unfortunately foresee a similar thing, but hopefully this one is one I don't need to get involved in. I've seen enough of wing wars for my life.
Haven't we all? Haven't we all? Not them, though. And he sort of gestures to some of the younger, faces, Miix, Merru, like those who were not alive, probably, or at least not involved in the last Smoke War. And he'll shrug his shoulders and go, a lot of people want to bring down the wings, change everything, you know. They don't know what that means, though, exactly, I don't think. They haven't seen the costs of what happens when a wing falls and there's no one to take its place.
No. They haven't. And inevitably, another wing will rise. And if one doesn't, that's when the syndicates come crawling in to grab areas for themselves.
Only to sell it back to the wings when one of them inevitably completes the cycle.
She nods her head. And there's
a vicious, bloody cycle.
Yeah. Yep. One you know as well as I.
If only someone could break it. If only someone had the strength, the will, the resolve, the acumen, the resources, the allies, everything and the kitchen sink they'd need. Shame no one like that exists, eh?
And a shame if they did. I'm sure the head would come for them.
Yeah. I suppose I should get ready to make my departure, though. I wish you the best of luck, Noah, on all your endeavors. And I hope to still see this place standing if I make my way through D Corp again.
The same to you, Prior. With yours. And I have no intention of letting this place fall. I should be here for a while yet. I told Miix, but this place is open to all of you, whenever you're passing through.
Thank you. I hope next time I return, it's bearing gifts. A place like this should be protected. And it deserves people willing to protect it. Until next time.
Until next time. We never turn away gifts, but don't feel as us you have to bring them.
Prior sort of steps up, nods once to Noah, and he will take his leave.
Absolutely. She nods back to you. And you all are able, I imagine, to regroup, find each other once more. Those in this settlement bid you all farewell. Your RV is repaired. Everything's in order as it was before. And do you all enter back into the RV and regroup together?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
You say goodbye to those here at the D Corp settlement, and you all enter. It's been quite some time, I believe, since you've all been back in the RV.
I guess so.
Ah, home sweet home. And Pryor just throws himself on the couch face first. Every single muscle feels sore, even the ones I shouldn't have. Ah.
Beep. Beep.
No! 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 Pryor shuts all of his. Oh, holy shit.
Whoa.
As you go to shut all of your eyes, Pascal starts doing flips over you, Pryor.
Pryor does not cover his eyes and instead Pascal has chosen life for Peepaw today.
Beep.
Beep. Beep, little buddy. Right. So, as Pryor sits up, he goes, I guess another Golden Bough back to the facility. That makes another successful operation.
Yeah. Let's get going. Miix waves over Pascal. Do you mind getting us started?
Pascal looks like it's about to go fly over towards where the wheel is of the RV. Do any of you stop it or suggest that maybe Pascal should not drive?
We meant to suggest that Pascal should flash Pryor. As an alternative.
No,
Pascal is currently doing flips. We don't want him to do flips on the RV, but I think we can. Listen, we've trusted Pascal to do enough for us at this point. All right, if Pascal wants to drive us off a cliff at this point, I think he deserves it as a treat.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not that far, but
No, I think I agree.
no, I don't know if I think Pascal can drive.
I think if
That's what I
Miix
agree
tells
with.
Pascal to drive, Pascal will not go crazy.
Pascal will fly to the wheel of the car, and I will
Because
make
Pascal
a roll.
knows if Pascal makes any trouble, Miix will be very upset,
Roll?
and that's not going to be good for Pascal.
Oh my god!
Why are we rolling?
Holy
Ah.
shit!
The RV starts up, and
Cinna?
I'm scared.
Okay.
for some reason the dice fucked up, but Pascal is driving just fine. Pascal is driving, not an issue at all. That was 6 successes. It is a smooth ride. You all expect for a moment as you hear it start up that the RV is going to you're not quite sure what to expect from this little drone. But
Well, Miix thinks it'll be fine, and it ends up being fine. So.
Here's the thing. I know you're making a bit of it, but Pascal is literally a better driver than all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is true. Pascal can drive better than all of you.
Except
after-
Miix. I think Miix when Miix pushes, Miix can outdrive Pascal.
Yes. But you all are left alone now. Pascal is at the driver's seat. Or rather, not in the seat, but hovering over the wheel, steering it. And it's chosen life for you today, Pryor.
Yay! So, I guess we should probably do an official mission debrief. We haven't done one of these in a while, but it's probably worth it. I'll make some notes so we can deliver it. I think that the facility can wait for us to arrive to provide our official report anyway. We'll have to pass through K Corp, which will not be a problem this time around, and we'll be able to head right back to the facility after a nice, even drive, so... I
guess...
How do we even begin this?
I don't know. I'm gonna open a window, though. Miix
Probably
pops
a
up
good
a
idea.
window and lights a cigarette.
Oh, really? Oh,
Couldn't have waited
Just-
till you go outside.
You know, opening a window doesn't actually stop the RV from smelling like cigarette, right?
It already smells like cigarettes.
Yeah, I wonder why. Only you can stop the problem, just so you know. But,
all right. The D Corp settlement was filled with ex-G Corp soldiers and civilians, because the two were unfortunately often the same thing by the end of the war. We were able to make allies with their leader, and through our efforts, successfully left the camp in a better position than we found it, including assisting in repelling an attack from a minor group of syndicate ruffians. Anything I left out?
No, that's about what
On
happened.
the front of that camp, I don't think so.
yeah.
Good to hear. Check mark on that. All right. Next, we managed to make it to the abandoned branch facility. And when we got there, we were confronted with a series of traps laid out, as well as a number of Wa and Elf abnormalities kept inside. Those poor fucking employees, I'm so sorry. Like that, imagine working there.
I don't want to imagine that.
Like, that place was... actually, yeah, just so I'm confirmed, that facility was small compared to ours, right?
Yes.
Like, that was like...
Yeah.
Yes.
That facility was like maybe like half our size, if that.
Yes, it was very small. It only had a control team and an information team. It had a total of 4 abnormalities.
Yeah, and all of them were Waz and Elf.
Yep. 3 Vaz, 1 Elf.
I think corporate hated that place. I think corporate wanted everyone there to die. Well, unfortunately they got what they wanted, I assume. We encountered Clouded Monk. I believe that was its designation class, yes?
Do we know that? I mean, I guess.
Yes, you all know that it was designated as Clouded Monk.
Cool. Okay.
Alrighty. And after a brief confrontation in which, unfortunately, several injuries were sustained, we were able to suppress the abnormality. And from there, we managed to retrieve the Golden Bough and make our escape, at which point we encountered Golden Bough Hunters and engaged in a secondary combat fight. Prior, actually, his shoulders just kind of drop and he goes, I admit it was a little rough being outmaneuvered by people with superior tactics to ours. Their teamwork was exceptional. And we called the Queen of Hatred. She was able to assist us in surviving the encounter. When we sent her back, the real ambush was revealed. And that's when Leon made his appearance. Prior quirks an eyebrow and Miix as if she has any new thoughts on this.
Miix can sense that Prior, and probably everybody's eyes are on her. She is just looking out the window. Takes a drag of her cigarette and says, "Yeah, that did happen. I can answer questions about that, but we should probably just finish the overall debriefing first."
Agreed wholeheartedly. We encountered a figure going by Leon. Leon was an exceptional tactician. At this time, unfortunately, control team head Miix. Info team head Miix distorted due to. Prior actually closes the report for a minute and he puts his head to his temples and he goes, "That's all the important parts. We need to have a discussion about the distortion phenomenon. I think we've not talked about it at the length we need to, considering that now all of us have experienced it."
I think Merru, he's been mostly just kind of sitting and listening until now, but when Prior brings that up, I think Merru, he sits up a little more and he goes, "So to just clarify, we all heard like someone talking to us, right?"
Yes.
Before it happened, yes.
Okay, because I've been thinking about this for a while now. I don't know if I was going crazy or what. Did the voice sound like Miss Ange? I swear it sounded just like her. I tried to ask her about it when I delivered the bow to her, and she claimed she was too busy talking with you guys while I was locked in that unit, and that wasn't her. But it sounded just like her. Am I the only one who thought that? Or I don't know.
I wasn't going to say anything since I wasn't sure if you all remembered the before, things got very cloudy for me afterwards, but I'd recognize that speech pattern anywhere. But there was like a warmth that was very foreign to her voice. No?
Yeah, no, I think when Kai says that, Merru, he kind of slumps back a little bit more, relieved that it wasn't just him who was hearing that. But he nods his head.
Prior clears his throat and goes, "I assumed that the distress while I was almost dying meant that I was hallucinating, but I suppose I can throw credence behind this theory. My memory gets hazy after the fact, but it felt just like that. It sounded like her. It wasn't exactly the same, but so close that the difference is a matter of one altering their voice, not necessarily a different voice altogether. But it was like basking under the rays of the sun on a beach. That same warmth that I sometimes feel when we're in the midst of combat and it's like our wounds suddenly... You've all felt that too, yes? It's not just been me? Those moments while we're in conflict or at rest and suddenly it's like there's a hand on your shoulder? Not quite the same as it was when I distorted, and I've never heard a voice when that happened, but...
No, that's just you.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Prior Sits back and shrugs.
Miix just smirks and says, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all have. For what it's worth, I don't think it's Ange, but it's related to her. For sure. It probably has something to do with... Probably has something to do with...
With
With
There are two options. Either the voice, either whatever has that voice that we heard came after or before Ange. Whoever owns that voice, essentially. It's either based off of Ange or Ange has something based off the voice. Right?
I think that has to be the case. I agree. I severely doubt that Ange is somehow masterminding the distortions.
So, she probably has an idea, but she probably also doesn't want to tell us for whatever reason, which, Ange likes keeping secrets.
Do you think it has something to do with what Ange was trying to do the day she sunk the facility?
That person she talked about? Yeah, most likely.
She described herself as a fragment of someone else. Perhaps this is all something to do with what we've heard, whatever happened at the main L Corp branch. It could be that
Maybe.
we are experiencing all this because of our connection to L Corp.
Maybe, but that's a lot of definitive statements with a whole lot of...
Speculation.
with a lack of substantial evidence.
I'm aware I'm not much of an investigator. I'm more of a brute force hypotheses and test it kind of guy.
Well, if you want what it could be is whatever is going on with the voice is connected to Ange. Whether or not she knows in the first place, we don't know. We do know there are different Ange's manuals, I guess, throughout, right? They all have, for example, Angel has the same voice as Ange. So it might go even deeper beyond what we know and what we have access to.
maybe. I mean, whatever it is, I don't think Miss Ange. I doubt that she really knows much. I talked to her about it. And I know her and I haven't exactly had a great time around each other, but it didn't sound like she really knew anything about what I was talking about.
That's a good point.
She can be very convincing at times, but you're correct. I doubt she is actually trying to deceive us.
Yeah, I don't think she would risk doing that again about anything, really. I think it was made pretty clear to her that honesty is the best way forward, so...
Regardless... Oh, go ahead.
I think Merru's right, and I think for now, we can go along with the lines of this voice. What we know is that this voice, Ange and Angel, all have the same voices. In my opinion, that is evidence, along with what Merru said, that this goes back a bit further than than Ange. And it doesn't seem like she'd be aware of it. But there's not much else we can do to follow that lead. If anything else comes up, we can follow it, but I don't think it's worth reminiscing too much on that just yet.
Agreed. Maybe we could have another conversation with Yuna later. They seem to know a lot more about the specifics that they might not have told us at the time, just because, to be fair, we didn't have much to go off of, and we were working with information about several years out of date. I do remember we talked about a lot in that conversation with them originally that we just didn't have the context for to understand much about. But it was so easy to agree with that voice. It seemed to understand me, to know me. It knew exactly what to say, exactly what I desired the answer to be. And the more I agreed with it, the better I felt. I understand why it's become such a problem in the city. Well, regardless, Pryor finishes up the report without asking for much other context from anyone else. You just see his hand scribble across the page in his neat, orderly handwriting as he just documents the exact factual nature of what happened next, brushing over Miix's distortion in a very clinical way, and then closes the report and says, "I'll deliver this kit to Kit once we get back to the facility."
Okay.
Oh, or you can yourself.
You're my team captain.
Pryor reluctantly hands it over to Merru.
Merru will take it. Listen.
Right. Well, I suppose we have no other official business. Anyone want anything while we're all gathered here together to bring it up before I officially call an end to this L Corp management meeting? No? Very well. I officially call this meeting to adjournment. Everyone, I'm gonna take a nap. And Pryor lays back down on the couch.
A nap? What do you mean a nap? We're not taking a nap yet.
The couch
Get up.
is so soft.
Do you want coffee? Will that help you get up?
Would you, please?
Yeah, whatever. I can make you coffee.
Miix takes a drag of the
Thank you.
cigarette, walks over to Pryor, and blows the smoke in his face.
Oh my god!
Don't do that. That's gonna get the smoke somewhere else.
Ugh.
Why would you do that?
Oh, well, I'm certainly awake now. I will eat all your cigarettes. That is
Ew.
a threat.
That actually might
Anyways.
be. That is gross, though.
Anyways, I think we have a couple more important things to talk about.
And you just didn't want to discuss them during the official meeting. All right, I see how you put in the official report. And Pryor slides it off to the side and draws himself back to a sitting position.
Pryor, please. And Miix will look serious.
Before we start,
All right, you have my-
We'll come back with the coffee. He was making
Oh.
coffee. So.
Pryor does take the coffee, but as he gives Merru a small mouthed thank you, as he does hold it in one hand and look back to Miix, and the sort of fatigue in his eyes sort of hardens, and he goes, all right. I guess that I can't join whimsy my way through this one. Let's
No, you can't.
take the floor,
Let's
Miix.
talk about everything that happened with me now. Miix will put out the cigarette on her ashtray and sit down again. I want to talk about this during the report because I wanted to talk about this off the record. I know you guys have a lot of questions about the stuff that happened. And I guess it's time for me to finally be honest. And so
All right, I guess I'll ask the question on everyone's mind. Who really is Leon, and what the hell happened between you and him?
Leon is Leon was one of my butlers. Well, one of the Leonis family butlers. The full name is Cain Leonis, and he was under our employ. Most of his life, from what I understand.
That's what I know about the butlers. Sorry, continue.
The way that the Leonis family operates is maybe somewhat unique. They still recruit butlers through the normal means, usually ex-fixers or just R-fixers. But something that my family did, they'd go out to the back streets and recruit kids and women, people out there, people who showed potential, people who could do dirty work. Leon was one such person.
I see. Interesting strategy. I suppose instilling a sense of, well, endless devotion and loyalty. A sense of fear that they'll be left back out to dry if they disobey. I can sense the logic behind it. Normally, I'd say it'd be more trouble than it was worth, but, well. Actually, I can't say it worked out too well for your family, considering that Leon seemingly has turned against you.
For whatever reason, yeah.
You don't know?
When I knew Leon, he was loyal. I mean, he was one of the two butlers who could have potentially succeeded the chief butler, Natalia. You don't get that just through skill. You get that through, sure, ability and the fact that you can do your job well, but also loyalty.
He was trusted with secrets and knowledge, I imagine.
Yes, and furthermore, my father somewhat favored him. His name, Leon. All of the butlers that we take in from the back streets, if they have no name, and even if they do have a name, after they go through all the training, they're given a new name, essentially. Leon's didn't have a name, so he was named after the Leonis themselves.
Big shoes to be asked to fill in.
Yeah. Regardless, I don't know what's going on with him. You have to understand, it wasn't until recently that I knew anyone from my family was alive. I thought they were all dead, and I don't know what happened. To give you context, back in J Corps, I met Natalia. She is the chief butler of Leonis. She also essentially raised me. She managed everyone else in the house. She only answered to my father. When I met her, she mentioned to not trust Leon, and that Leon had betrayed my family. As far as I knew then, I just didn't understand it. I didn't get it, and even now, I'm not sure why he's doing this. Like I said, I wasn't the closest with Leon, but I do know he's a scary enemy. He was, of the two potential successors to Natalia, he got to where he was because of his mind. He's a very smart man, and while he's no slouch physically, he made his place through tactics, through his ability to be able to get out of any situation or resolve any situation just through his plans. I'm not surprised that he's leading a group of people, but I also can't tell you why he's targeting me. I don't know if there was anything that he said while I was out of commission. If he said anything to you guys about his goals, but
He
even
wasn't-
now, it just boggles the mind.
He wasn't that much of a chatter. He mentioned once or twice about wanting to put an end to the game, something like that. Can't say that I admit my focus was on listening to his every word. My memory may be perfect, but I can only capture the things I can think of. Who was your father's closest inner circle? Maybe there are more people we're going to need to be aware of?
Maybe, but to be honest, I was kept out of a lot of the affairs. Natalia was one of them, and there are others, I'm sure. He had a lot of connections. My father was... Anyone who lives in Acor is bound, and anyone who is as wealthy as my father was knows a lot of people.
So it simply narrows it down to the entire population of one of the wings.
I mean, even Alfonso.
Right. Can't even
That
narrow
gives
it
you
down
the
to a wing.
idea of the scale.
What do you know about your father? We've left the topic well enough alone because it's never been important to ask. But Who was your father, really?
I guess I should start from the beginning, but I don't know a lot. I really don't. I can't give you the full details, and there are going to be a lot of holes in what I say. That being said, my father was a very controlling man, very smart. Frankly, the smartest man that I've ever met. It was like he could tell what you would do days before you did it. He was never surprised. I never saw a shocked expression on his face. He was quiet and reserved. He always wanted things to go a certain way, and they always did. Everything bent to his will. Even I did. He was a very intimidating man. There was something in his eyes that just was different. It was almost like looking at program that's intention, that sole purpose is to take the most efficient path. He was amazing in that way. And he had a lot of dealings with different people, like I said. L Corp and probably a whole bunch of other wings and people everywhere. I couldn't tell you where his influence started or where it ended. It just felt like he had eyes and ears everywhere. The Leonis family itself was a very prestigious and old family. We've had many heads over the years, or not. We've had many patriarchs and matriarchs over the years who have led the Leonis to even greater heights. As far as I know, they were very well established.
Most families rise and fall. Yours weathered the storm, it seems.
Indeed. They weren't invincible, mind you. My father had to do many dealings, and he had many enemies. The Leonis were never they would never reach the true peak to the point of being near the head. No, but
just being that close to it is more than most people could ever imagine in 100 lifetimes.
within shouting distance, yeah. That being said, my upbringing was strict, very strict, and oftentimes I didn't really interact with my father. A few times here and there, but he was distant. He'd make his appearances every now and then when he had to, but never more than that. My mother passed when I was young. I'm told that she was from outside. At least those were the rumors. although I don't know much about her myself. And my father, nor Natalia, spoke much of her.
Friar lets out several nods. There seem to be calculations behind his eyes.
I was not an only child, as you've all learned recently. I grew up with a brother, an older brother, Abel.
That was going to be my next question. You make it sound like you were being raised to be... well...
The heir?
Yes, but you've mentioned before you had an older brother. Did he fall out of your father's favor?
Miix looks hesitant. Abel was... I never heard it said, but... Abel was a failure, from what I understood. He and my father never really got along. He was rebellious. He was a good older brother to me. We loved each other a lot. He was the kind of guy that always protected you, always looked out for you, even at his own expense. He was too kind, I guess. Too much of a good person. He wasn't the corporate type. Far be it from that. I mean, he was smart, but he just wasn't that kind of man. So I was born a second chance, I suppose. But he never held that against me. Miix kind of, you can see that Miix, you all can see that Miix kind of looks like a little, looks outside a bit wistfully, recalling memories that from a long time ago.
You said he never held it against you, but if he wasn't the type, do you think that he was happy that you were going to take up that mantle in the first place? Or that you were destined to?
No. He always argued with my father. Well, with Natalia, but when my father was around, he would argue with him. And there was one time, actually, that was a long time ago. I wanted to run away. Just for a bit. And Abel helped me, and a dear friend of mine. It was one of my butlers. Abel helped us escape for a little bit. It wasn't for long. I must have been like 16 or so, younger, maybe a little younger, a little older, but we escaped, and Abel helped us. He was just that kind of guy, you know? Anyways, all that being said, as I grew older, I just kind of gave up. I kind of just accepted what I was supposed to be. And then I had while I was away for a meeting, essentially. Being the daughter of a powerful man and being the heir apparent, I had to go to plenty of meetings, do stuff, essentially. And while that was happening, an arbiter was sent to my family's estate. I didn't know much. I still don't. But an arbiter, they don't leave anything behind. I assumed everyone passed away. Everyone was gone. And so then I had nowhere else to go. I had to rely on the few connections I knew of. The only one that bit was Lobotomy Corporation.
And that brings us to what we already know. The story so far, you join, Abel leaves. Here we are.
There's a little more to the story. This part, only I knew. At least that's what I thought. I guess only Abel and I know now. Now, that and one other person. When I joined L Corp, I actually knew of my brother's presence there. And I was given a choice to prove my loyalty. Because at the time there were no positions available. I was told I could join. That Lob Corps would take me in on the condition that I replace my brother. I don't think you have to think for too long to know what choice I made.
Can't say there was much else of a choice to make in your position.
I don't know. Regardless, that was the choice I made. And for years, I thought that we're all aware of how L Corp worked. How the city works. It's not kind to people who are ripped away from what they have. I had been told by the assistant at the time that... And when Miix says the assistant at the time, Miix means the only assistant that was there. Miix continues. I was told that Abel had been disposed of. I thought he was dead. And now I've learned that he's not. There are other things too. I called the number that I had gotten a while back. When I met Natalia, I was full of despair because I couldn't go with her. And so to comfort me, she gave me a phone number. She said that I could use it to contact her whenever I needed to. And once we got back from our most recent expedition, I decided to finally call the number because I wanted to know if she could help me find Abel. So I called the number. But the number wasn't the same. It wasn't the same one that I'd been given. It gave the new number, it led to a voicemail that said, it claimed that my father wasn't dead. The voice itself was electronic. It wasn't any humans, but I don't know why it said that. And then it also gave me a new phone number to call. That phone number, I called it, and it led to someone else from my past. A very dear friend of mine, Alyosha. She was my best friend, and she was a butler as well.
Forgive me, you don't hear that very often.
She was also the other person who was in the running for succeeding Natalia. Her and Leon, they were close. Either one of them could have become the next Natalia. Oh, but to clarify, Natalia is a title.
I was going to ask, but I suppose it makes sense if your father really liked to play with names, didn't he?
The Leonis family always has. We've always had a Natalia. It's been a tradition. It honored honoring a butler from long ago. Anyone who becomes a chief butler, they relinquish their old name and are called Natalia henceforth, male or female. regardless of gender, essentially.
I suppose some people really do get unbreakable legacies. Well,
That being said, there's more to the story.
continue.
Alyosha is trying to get whatever the scattered remains of the Leonis butlers together. That's her goal, at least. Turns out there were more survivors than I thought. But when I asked her about if she had seen Abel, I learned something that pertains to all of us. To you three, I suppose. Abel is alive. She confirmed that to me. And he's in District 23.
Oh.
The last time Alyosha saw Abel, he was in the web. And according to her, he should still be there.
Prior suddenly, he has been focusing, but there is the sound of the coffee mug being placed on the table a little too hard as his hands fold into his lap. Now the timeline is beginning to round up.
I don't know fully what he's doing there, why he's there. Alyosha didn't know much. But I know that my brother's alive.
He's probably more than alive, Miix. The web is an ancient place. It was my home for a very long time. He could be doing absolutely anything. He could be taking advantage of his knowledge of L Corp to gather the golden boughs. He could be taking advantage of his connections, your father's connections, for any number of things. But one thing I do know he is doing for certain is he is toying with Neo. I mentioned a while back, it's being woken up from its slumber. Someone is toying with the song that I stopped when I left that place. And I had comforted myself with the knowledge of whoever is playing around with it clearly wouldn't know enough to be able to do anything with it. But your brother seems like the exact kind of man who could uncover the secrets I left buried long ago.
I don't know why he's doing what he's doing. Why he's there, why he's... He didn't seem fond of the idea of reconnecting with Alyosha.
Perhaps he's seen a chance to become something more than the failure your father once designated him.
He wasn't that sort of man. Titles and power weren't what drove him. At least not then.
Are you the same kind of woman that you were back then when you chose to take shelter in L Corp over him? I think you've become a better person, Miix, in the time I've known you. But I do want to bring up the possibility that Abel's become a far worse one.
Whatever the possibility is, I can't say, but not now, maybe, but soon. I intend to find him. And I want to talk to him. I want to see my brother again. I want to find out why he's in the web. I want to know what he's doing, and I want to make things right.
I admit, if you want to head back to the web, I wouldn't be against making a detour at some point there either. Neo is very dangerous, and it would be a very advantageous asset to have on our side. You all have seen what I am capable of now. That's not to say that I would return to the way I was. I have no intention of feeding anyone else to that dreadful machine, but while its power still lasts, it might be worth taking advantage of a tool that is already in use.
I can't say anything for that matter, but
I promise, if your brother is toying with Neo and he doesn't know how to use it, stopping him from using it regardless is probably for the best. It can be a very corrupting influence.
if
Neo doesn't just feed off the bodies of those thrown into it. It feeds off their mind, their goals, their memory, their essence. It turns it into mulch and injects it into your veins. I am the amalgamation of everyone that I put in Neo. Bits and pieces of them, their memories, their voices. It's maddening. And I've been all around for long enough that I can control that. I understand how to resist the pull of Neo. If your brother is toying around with it, he might drive himself over the edge and you won't be able to get him back, which is why I agree. It would be best to make it to the web, hopefully, at some point in the near future.
I just want to talk to him first.
There's no reason I'm saying it has to be violent. Of everyone, you know that my first inclination is not to jump to a bloody final solution. Though I admit the people in the web might not be the happiest to see me. If they're still there.
And what about the rest of you?
I mean, I think I would be a bit of a hypocrite if I told you that you shouldn't go try and find your brother. So, I'm not against you trying to do that at all. I mean, I want to see Vienna again, despite everything you all said, so...
I can't say that I would be against going back there. I don't know what the state of the web is now, and there is a part of me that's curious about all of it. As for your brother, presume even if you don't know who he might be now, we can't possibly predict him any better than you can.
Yeah. There's a lot I don't know. I don't know why Leon is doing what he's doing, what his goals are. I don't know what's happened to Abel. I don't know what this game everyone keeps mentioning is about. I don't know any of that. It feels like there's a million different pieces of this puzzle, and I don't know. But try and find out. I'll try and I'm not sure. But beyond that, that's about everything I know. You know everything about me now. Say hello to the real Miix, I guess. Or the real Kane. Miix says as she opens her arms and waves her hands.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, what is it?
Does Miix come from something? Or it's just so completely unlike any of the other names that you've mentioned?
Miix. Miix blushes and puts a hand over their eyes. It was from a story that Alyosha and I made up when we were kids.
That's nice.
No shame in that. Pretty
Yeah.
sure my name is made up. So,
Right.
no shame in it. Fits
I
you,
just-
so.
Got attached to it.
My name is also made up, so, you know.
I think everyone's name is made up.
Well, like, technically, but, like, it's not like a name. Like, there's some names that are names. Like, Kai's name is a name.
Yeah, my name's a name. I don't ever remember not having this name.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've always had this name, but, like, I mean, like, when I think it was
Right.
made up.
Never
what
met
I
a
mean.
Merru.
Ma-
Got it.
yeah. I think there's no shame in having a made up name.
Yeah, well, thanks. That being
Yeah, no,
said,
sorry,
I
I
have a
wasn't
question,
Trying to insult.
actually. For all of you. How did you get away from Leon? I know Leon, and maybe I don't know him that well. But if I were in his position, I would have waited out and ambushed you guys after. Especially with how weak you all looked. Did he come back, or did he really run off?
Miix. The answer to this question is the most honest answer I can give you. I cannot tell you what happened after you left. So the last thing we said was Merru scared him off. I want you to think about that and understand what I mean when I say that that is the story that I am telling you. And there is no deception in Pryor's eyes as he looks at you, Miix. And you have known Pryor for long enough to see that he is coming as close to the knife's edge of what he can possibly say that he humanly can. Let's just say there was a miracle.
Miix narrows her eyes. She looks at the other two like, what is...
Merru's not really gonna say anything. He's going along with what Pryor said.
Merru scared him off. He was... Stuff happened, you know, it's not...
Sometimes, you know, men are afraid for their own lives, and so they do things they don't otherwise want to do. Like, say, leave without asking many other questions. But, you know, I might be able to tell you the full story one day, assuming that, well, there's an opportunity for me to tell you safely.
Right. Then I'll back off on that. Being said, I've told you my life story. That's it. If you have any questions, I guess, feel free to ask me whenever. I'm sorry for everything I put you all through. And I'm glad that you're all safe.
Well, it's happened to all of us, so... No hard feelings, doubt you're planning on turning into a monster again anytime soon?
That's really comforting, I guess.
I'm glad you're okay.
No, thank you. That's nice. I'm glad you're all okay, too.
Yes, well, welcome, Miix, as the last member of the Distortion Club. I can personally say, after experiencing 3 of 4, that yours was probably the one that scared me the most. I'm very sorry.
I'll be making notes in my journal comparing what you guys have all told me of your experiences, and
I think personal opinion, yours was probably the most dangerous in the environment we fought it in. Merru, had you distorted outside, I think I would have just laid down on the ground and waited to die.
Huh?
let's not
What's that
go
supposed to mean?
that far. Anyways,
You could fly, man.
I could
I will.
Wait, did we never go over this after the fact? Yeah, you could fly.
You were like,
You were
yeah,
flying everywhere.
You were about, yeah.
You
Well,
took down
okay,
an elf in 2 shots.
Let's you know, it happened.
Huh.
But yes,
I mean, you
it's
guys
in
didn't
your-
tell me much about my own distortion, so I just kind of tried to pick up details.
Well, you can ask
mean-
me. I can just send you the file. I have all of your
Really?
descriptions written down. Yeah.
I would actually love to have that. I've been trying to figure out when the world happened to me based off what happened to everyone else.
I'm the department head of the information team for a reason. I have notes on everyone's distortions. I'm piecing things together a little bit, but we still don't understand much about this phenomenon. Why everybody looks the way they do, what reasons lead to distortions fully. It's obviously an emotional, and it obviously has to do with your mental state, emotional resonance, but learning why it happens, for what purpose did it start happening, because it didn't always happen, and also other things. I mean, what is a distortion? How conscious are they? As far as I understand, none of us really. And Miix starts to kind of ramble more and more as she gets into the nitty gritty of her research. But eventually she realizes this and says, anyways, if you each want your files, I can go ahead and message them to all of you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I want to know
Although,
so.
yeah, although, that being said, I will be having all of you fill out some forms
What?
to describe how my distortion was, how it looked, what it did. I don't remember any of that, so. That being said, we should probably fully settle in. If you want to take that nap of yours now, Prior.
End of our unofficial meeting.
Yeah.
I guess I'll get I'll get food ready. I guess our meal. And I guess Merru, he will stand up. Before he walks away, he'll be like, "Are you done with your coffee, Prior? I can take the cup back to the kitchen."
Prior just takes the coffee, downs everything remaining in it, and then just hands it back to Merru with a thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if there's something else to say, I'm going to get started on making something. I don't know. If anyone wants something specific, speak now or forever hold your peace or whatever the phrase is.
I trust
Merru,
your cooking.
he will, yeah. He'll wait a few seconds, mentally counting down, and goes, "All right, I'll figure it out later."
Prior lays back down on his back, and he sort of hums a couple times before he very quickly begins to snore after a minute.
Miix will go and Miix will go over to one of the seats in the RV and start going through her notes with her on her tablet, just typing away and writing down everything that she knows. And also, once she's done with that, she'll start writing down stuff in her journal.
I don't want to bother Merru. You know what? Kai was pretty injured. I think he will go over to his bunk just to wrap himself up a bit.
And as you're all able to get some rest, make some food, time passes by as you're all traveling in the RV. And all of you at this point, if you haven't already, you can heal your sanity equal to your calmness or focus, whichever is higher. And you can heal health equal to your endurance. You can heal an additional point as well because Merru is making food for you all. So you're all able to get some rest. You're all able to heal up some of those injuries. And I think now is a great time for us to cut to intermission. As you all rest up, we will be back in 15 minutes, and thank you all so much. See you after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of our session. All four of you bid farewell to Noah and to those in the D Corp settlement. You all headed back into the RV, saw Pascal again, and started heading back towards the border between D Corp and K Corp. As you traveled, Miix confided in you all about her past and revealed the fact that her older brother Abel is alive and is currently at the web in District 23. And so, you all split up to do your own things, to get some rest, to make some food. I believe where we left you both off prior, you were taking a nap, and Miix, you were working on and reviewing some notes of yours.
Yes.
Yes, after... Prior does nap for like a tiny bit, but of course, as always, he's rarely actually that satisfied sitting around doing nothing for very long. And after a little bit, he does begin moving over to sort of check over on what exactly Miix is up to.
Miix is just writing in her journal at this point.
You always take such exceptional notes of the things that are happening.
Well, it's my job, and also, you know, I just have gotten in the habit of writing. But this is my personal journal. I already took all of my notes earlier.
Prior stretches his back out. There are several popping, cracking sounds. And as he puts his arms back down, he sort of moves around. He doesn't look over Miix's shoulder more than he sort of leans against a nearby object and nods his head. I've been meaning to catch you alone for a little bit. I feel the two of us probably have a lot more to talk about than I would like to admit.
That sounds almost like a threat, Miix says. She smirks, she's joking.
Making things sound like threats when I don't mean them to has kind of been a specialty of mine.
You don't have the friendliest face.
No. But
You ever thought about fully growing out your beard?
ugh. You know, the funny thing is I actually can't.
Really?
Eh. I only ended up getting the stubble after Neo stopped working, but it just doesn't do any more than this. A small sign of a physical imperfection.
Interesting that it leaves a stubble.
Well, perhaps in some small way it's my body trying to show its age.
Are you saying that Neo is proclaiming the way you look now as the ideal man? Well, that's very, very, very prideful of you, Prior. I wouldn't have expected that.
No, Neo has no outlook in my physical appearance now. I would often have to fight it tooth and nail. It wishes to express itself across my flesh when it's awake. I would have to fight it down to keep me looking as I chose to. This is, I think, what my body looks like when I'm too tired to fight and it's too tired to fight me either.
Beautiful poetry. But
Thank
I get
you.
what you mean.
But I wasn't here to wax poetics about Neo.
Hmm.
I'm here to... I don't know. I don't think either of us really need a fresh start with each other. We've been through enough already. I don't want to throw away the old, but I'm not very good at building bonds. I like to either be in control of others or, failing that, know exactly who's controlling me. We've discussed before that I have a tenuous relationship with the concept of equals.
Miix closes her journal with a thud. And she looks over at Pryor. Wearing... She kind of like has her tie a bit loose. Like she looks a little kind of disheveled, and then that kind of like she's not so much like her makeup even is like kind of been cleaned away, and she looks very tired all of a sudden at like this mention, and she says, well, I do have things I want to say. First and foremost, I owe you an apology, Pryor. Sorry, I tried to force something that really neither of us ready for. I tried to know you beyond what you were comfortable with. It really wasn't for your sake either. It was selfish of me. I wanted you to tell me your story because, frankly, I wanted to tell you mine. Just because I wanted to get it off my chest.
Well, I accept your apology for one, even though even that feels disingenuous of me, considering that maybe you didn't have the purest intentions, but I'm not going to pretend my intentions were any more pure either. I saw a great deal of potential inside of you, and it intimidated me, I think, in some regards. I don't like the idea of being surpassed by others. The charm of being an underdog is very quickly outweighed when you see others begin to succeed at things that you once were the best at. Your promise scared me. And I closed myself off to you because I suppose in some ways I was afraid that had you understood me, you could replace me. And if I were replaced, then I would simply become a relic. I hold some degree of insecurity. I know of my place nowadays, and I projected that onto you, and that was not fair to you.
I forgive you. Frankly, I see why you'd be worried, but I did wrong by you, Pryor. By everyone, but I should have been more mature, really. I was just lashing out at everyone. And I get why you would have been afraid of what I represented. Even if I don't necessarily think that that's really what I want. I do want to relieve you of some of the burden. Partially because I care about you, but also partially because I want to also help the others. I think I get jealous of how easily you bark out orders, how people listen to you. I wanted that, and I still do. That hasn't gone away. Still want to be that kind of person, not for power's sake, but because just think that that's the kind of woman I want to be. Not you necessarily, but some of the qualities that you have. I was also too weak to know when to stop, and I'm sorry for that. Those times you gave me responsibility, I too proud to ask for help, but that happens again, Prior. If you feel your age again, you can't just leave me to fend for myself. I'm not ready. I know that now. I'm not at the point where I can relieve you completely of the burden. I will be. One day I will be. Till that day comes, I need you to lend me a hand. As selfish as that is to ask, there's no one else here that can do that.
It is not selfish, it is as practical as it is the bare minimum I can do. Your failure meant on some level that I was still necessary, that I wasn't past my prime, that I wasn't useless. Even though that greed I had to still be the man who'd have to take upon the role because there was no one else who could take it, put us all at risk. I won't make that kind of a mistake again. I will be there to support you, and the responsibility I give you will be tempered with my hand there to guide you. I just don't want this city to stay as it is forever.
No.
I feel like Prior closes his mouth and seems to chew on his words for a moment. I don't think it's wrong to want to change the city. I saw that inside of you as I saw it inside of me once.
I get that.
But
For the longest time, go
No,
ahead.
please continue. No, continue.
For the longest time, I was worried about what I wanted. I was scared. Even now I am. This city is cruel. You don't know that. I knew that deep down. I just didn't want to acknowledge it, and when I was forced to acknowledge it after Faye, when I met Faye, I tried to push it away again. And then when I felt I could hope, it got ripped away. And so I tried to push everything away. I tried to conform to what I thought this world should be. But I can't be that kind of person. That's why I can't be like you, or really a lot of people. I can't just give up. I can't accept the way that the world is like this and just move on. There has to be something better. There is something better. The stories that I read, yeah, they're fantasy, but isn't it worth hoping for something better? Doesn't art imitate life? Maybe the reason I was so scared when we saw the settlement in Decor was because I was scared that it was all that I was making another mistake, that I was just lying to myself again. And I don't want to do that anymore. It's foolish, I know. Maybe I shouldn't stick to these ideals, but I think if there's anyone that should stick to their ideals, it should be me. This world, it should be better. People shouldn't grow up the way that you did, the way that Kai did, the way that Merru did. Shouldn't be more of you all. There should be people who grow up and live normal lives. I may not have all the answers, but I figure if someone like me exists, if someone like me can think the way I do, the way I always have deep down, if someone like me exists, then that means that this city isn't lost. More so if a place like that settlement exists. That's what I think. Maybe you've lost that idealism, or maybe it's deep, very deep down. But I think I want to hold on to it. I don't want to just give it up in exchange for being able to survive. And I know I have that luxury. So I'll take advantage of it. I'll take advantage of my circumstances. If I've been blessed with a life that lets me be naive, if I've been blessed with a station in life that lets me even formulate these thoughts, then it's only right that I actually put them into motion.
I think then you're on your way to figuring everything you need to figure out. I honestly once thought the same myself.
Why did
Time
you
is a
stop?
terrible thing. I suppose I don't have a reason to hide from you anymore, Miix. You stopped hiding from me, it's only fair. People desire safety. When I was younger, I thought everyone deserves. They don't deserve to suffer as I have. They deserve to have the same thing I had as well. Someone who kept them safe, someone who looked out for them, someone stronger, braver, better, faster, stronger, someone who didn't suffer from the same ills they did, someone they could look up to, someone that they didn't need to worry about. I thought, so long as people like that were still in the world, there was something good and worth protecting. And then I learned who those people actually were deep down. I saw past the facade they wore. I saw that they were unwilling to truly open their arms and embrace everyone who needed help. The best people I knew were still far worse than what the world needed them to be. And you can't change those kinds of people. You really can't stop a man who believes himself to be beyond reproach, who thinks his status and station and wealth and power make him untouchable. All you can do is replace them. But the things you need to do to get there. No, I can be more specific. The things I needed to do to get there. I don't regret them. They were necessary. But sleepless nights never feel good. The guilt never feels right. You can rationalize a necessary evil all you want, it will still be an evil. I was a member of the middle. I was young. It's not fair wasn't something that could leave my lips. If someone made a big brother sigh, I broke their bones. If someone accidentally bumped into one of the siblings, I grabbed their arm and I yanked it off of their body. And I hated it. I hated those casual, callous evils I was forced to do on another's behalf. So what did it matter if I had to do something myself to get the power for me, not evil I was forced to do to make someone else strong? And I lost it. I lost it somewhere in all those little evils I thought I could justify. I lost the hope that the people around me would understand, that they'd care, that they'd find a way to see the world the way I did. The world you envision, Miix, is one where everyone comes together of their own volition to make the world a better place. I don't see that world anymore. I only see a world united under someone who can force them all together. But no one like that exists anymore, and I don't think anyone like that will ever exist again. I wasn't strong enough to do it. No matter how much I wanted to. And I failed everyone who looked up to and entrusted in me.
Then maybe that was the wrong way to do it. Progress isn't born out of one man, one woman, one person. I think I believe that a lot of people are scared. They're scared of the people who control this place, scared of the dictators who rule their lives. It's foolish to gamble on the idea that everybody would prefer to work together. The idea that people are inherently good. But foolishness and hope are two sides of the same coin, aren't they? So
I won't try and take that away from you, Miix. And I truly hope you're right. I don't see being a despot in your future. I don't see you sitting on a throne built from the weapons of those you've defeated. I don't see you ruling with an iron fist. I also don't see you recognizing the same terrible, life-changing lesson I did. I thought being evil, doing evil, would make me hated, reviled. But they loved me, Miix. They loved me, they respected me, and they begged me to go even further. People are not innately good. They are innately driven by baser instincts. And it is up to a guiding hand to push them towards good or evil. And I hope you prove in time that that is cynicism and not reality that taught me that.
maybe. But at the end of the day, no one can really change another's mind. The only person who can really change your own mind is yourself. I just hope I can give you the pieces that you need.
I haven't learned much about this whole having equals thing, but one thing I have learned is that you exchange pieces of yourself for pieces of the people you respect. And by the time you part ways, you're a little bit more an amalgamation of each other. I suppose we'll figure out in time who changes who more, eh?
I could go for a drink right about now.
I could make you one, but we should wait for Merru to finish dinner. One
Got a
last
spirit of
thing,
choice?
though. Oh, I have a couple bottles still tucked away. I don't enjoy it much anymore, but, well. Nostalgia is a warmer feeling than the alcohol, no?
I can agree with that, and we have reason to toast.
What was it like having a... God, don't remind me again. I am curious to get that file from you, though.
Right. But what were you going to ask?
Before we get on to the celebration, I did want to ask, What was it like having a brother?
I can't speak for everyone, but for me, having a brother, he was warm, comforting. He protected me and helped me when I was scared. We would argue and bicker, but it's comforting knowing that even if you have an ugly argument, even if your views are opposed to each other, there's a sort of love that you can't really get from normal friends. It's something that goes beyond just simple love or hate. They're a part of you. Abel was a part of me. I saw him as my protector. I saw him as my friend. I saw him as my bully sometimes. Saw him as someone who challenged me to be better, to grow, to be the kind of person that I wanted to be. So, even if we were apart, I always knew he'd be there for me. And no matter what happened, there'd be a piece of him in my heart, and I'd be a part of his. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I also had a brother once. Not born of the same blood as me. I had forgotten how it felt to have one. I suppose I just want to live vicariously through your memories for a moment.
I have a question prior.
I may have an answer.
Out of curiosity, as a player, I'm curious, what does Miix see in like Prior's eyes at that moment?
Oh,
When she like mentions
ooh.
her brother, like what is there, like a wistful gaze, or like what's going on? I'm curious.
It is pain. It is more pain than you've ever seen Prior be in that moment. It is, you have seen Prior speak upon his guilt over the deaths of countless people of which he has inflicted a fate that he believes is worse than just a traditional death. And even then, there is not as much guilt and pain in his eyes as there is as you're talking about the love you have for your brother.
Miix will say, despite all that, I betrayed him. I don't know if he'll forgive me for that. I don't know if I'll be able to get through him.
I would like to believe that we will always eventually forgive the ones we love. We just might lose the chance to seek that forgiveness if our mistakes are big enough. I
Would you
don't
be
think it's too late
forgiven?
for you. Me?
Do you think? Do you think you'd be forgiven after all this is over?
That's an unfair question to ask me.
I suppose it is. For another time, then.
I would hope so. I would hope he would understand that I did everything to be the kind of man that I thought he was.
What was his name?
Hamlet. His name was Hamlet, and he was the greatest man I ever knew, and the best brother a man could ask for.
Brothers tend to be like that, don't they?
That he is and that he was. That's the first
Thank you
time I've
for-
spoken his name aloud in decades. Probably longer than that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Truly. Thank you.
Well then, I have to continue with my notes. I've taken a long enough break.
I have to continue to pester Merru about when dinner is going to be ready.
You're really gonna piss him off if you keep badgering him, you know.
I never actually badger him. I just stand off to the side with sad eyes until he asks me to leave.
Well, if I'm on cooking duty anytime soon, I'll make sure to let you know first. You'll be the first
Yes.
person to know.
Yes.
In exchange for a drink, I'll make you
I'll
a
share
favor.
my private. I'll share my private stash anytime you need it. You have to be careful. I don't have much of a way to refresh it though. When it's gone, it will be eventually gone.
That's fine. I don't need much. It's just nice to have a drink every now and then.
To reminiscing.
To reminiscing. Mix does like a fake, like cheers.
Yeah. Prior matches her, and he goes to take a little stroll around the RV.
Absolutely. And as you head off prior, Merru, I know that you
Yes.
were in the kitchen, I believe.
Yes, he is.
Actually,
Cooking.
Oh,
I was gonna say, Mr. DM, if Mare's in the kitchen, I'm sorry to be so greedy, but can Mix actually go find Meru?
yeah, Miix can go find Merru.
Awesome. Then, Mix, she makes her way over and says, Meru,
I think when Miix comes over, she can see that Merru, he's making soup right now. Well, he's making like a vegetable and beef soup, it looks like, based on the ingredients he kind of has laid out. But he has 2 pots that he's getting ready, because he's making 2 soups. One's a vegetable and beef soup. The other is a regular vegetable soup because a certain someone needs a special meal. So you basically you catch him right as he's finished preparing the beef, and some of the vegetables. And when Merru hears Miix, he doesn't startle because he could kind of hear the sound of someone approaching, but he'll turn his head and he goes, "Dinner's not ready yet."
no, I know. I wanted to talk to you actually.
Uh, all right. And he seems pretty compliant right now, and he just goes, what did you want to talk about?
We haven't really had a talk since everything, so I wanted to talk about. There have been a lot of misunderstandings between us, and I wanted to clear those up.
I think he'll pause for a second, and then he will put down the knife he was using to chop up some of the vegetables, and he'll go, all right. Where did you want to start? I guess. I know a lot's been awkward between us.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I've been treating you this entire time.
All right.
It wasn't fair to you. Frankly, I tried to push you to fit more of what I wanted. I never really listened to you. I never really gave you a chance, and I'm sorry.
Well, I know, I guess you could say when you distorted, I guess you could say in a way I learned a thing or two kind of about maybe what was going on with you in a way. So that is to say, it's okay as long as you don't keep pissing me off and stuff. I'm
Ever
fine.
the poet.
What?
Ever the poet.
I'm not a poet.
I know. You're very blunt.
Yeah, it's just how I talk. I know you don't like it.
It's something I've gotten used to.
I don't know how to not be like that, so I don't always know when I say things that are rude. Sometimes I do it on purpose, but a lot of the times I don't mean to.
Yeah, I figured.
If I knew how to talk differently, I would try, but I don't really know, so I can't do something different if I don't know how. But I am fine putting what happened, how we didn't get along, I guess, past us.
Yeah.
Since I don't really think that was you. Was it?
I guess if you want my honest answer, I think it was both of us.
No, I mean more like that wasn't the you who was really like, I don't know the right word. I'm trying to talk nicer right now.
You're asking if me being annoying was my real self or not?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if annoying's the right word. You know what I mean.
The way I acted was a mixture of a lot of parts. Some of them lies, some of them truth. I'm not gonna run away from that responsibility. Some of that was just how I am. To be honest, me pushing you and trying to get you to connect with me, that was my own mistake. But I'm owning up to that. And I'll be better. I won't piss you off again. Well,
No, you
I'll piss
will.
you off again, but
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
learn.
like not like it was, I guess.
I'll learn, and I'll be better.
Okay. I am willing to work with that. I know I wasn't really willing to work with you much. But I can do that. I can try to do that now, I guess.
I'd like that a lot, actually.
Mm.
I've always wanted to, at least for a while.
Well, no time like the present, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you ever need me to, well, I can back off more on the cooking.
Oh, and Merru, he will side eye his unfinished meal, and I think he'll, since that first part of the conversation kind of broke the ice a bit, I think he will casually start to get back to his cooking, but he'll say, you can keep your Tuesdays. I guess my thing, I like cooking, you know? I do it because I need to survive by eating, but I just like to be in charge of what everyone eats, because I know the best. I know that I know this the best on how to make food to everyone's taste that also uses the things we have without overusing things, you know? I'm good at that. I know I am. So I like doing the things I'm good at. So I like to be the cook, you know? It's not that you can't, but I just, how do I put it? It's a routine, you know? I wake up, I cook. When we have to have our meals, I'll cook. I'm good when I have routines and plans, things like that. And when people break them a lot, I do bad with that, you know? So I would get mad at you because you were messing up my plan.
I think I get what you mean.
Yeah. It's like I had an idea, I'm gonna do this, and then suddenly someone else was doing it, and then I would get annoyed. So it's not that you can't ever do it. That's why one of the reasons I said you could have Tuesdays. I need a day off. I recognized that after I distorted. And I know that you also, I guess, like to cook, so I figured it works for me, but it's something that works for me that also works for you. I thought it was a good, what's the word? Compromise?
Yeah.
So you can keep the Tuesdays, it's fine. I need a day off from doing more things. I know I need that, so I'm trying to do that. I'm not good at it, but I'm trying. So you can keep that, it's fine.
Then, if we're being more, open with each other, honest, I guess I can try and be a little more blunt like you.
Okay.
I want to cook with you.
I mean, I I can think about it.
I want to because I like you. And
Okay.
also, I want to learn more about your recipes, your food. I want to be friends, like I said, and you're a good cook.
Mm.
And I think I have things that you could learn as well. I don't want to be the head chef. I don't want to cook every day. But I think maybe we could help each other. Only if you're comfortable with it.
Well, I can think about it. And you can hear the hesitance in Merru's voice, and then he kind of stares at the rest of the ingredients he has before glancing over at Miix, and he goes, you know, besides that, I was thinking about what you were telling us earlier today. And I think it's, I know you said you thought a lot of the people that you knew from before weren't around anymore, but it's good that you found out they are, you know? It's good to not be so alone. You said you know, the phone call and stuff, all that. And then he'll pick up some of the vegetables he has. He goes, by the way, can you chop this up for me? Carrots. Knife's right over there.
Yeah, sure. Is there a spare apron?
No.
Okay. And Miix rolls up her sleeves, and walks over and grabs a knife and starts cutting vegetables. She's good. Not like a pro, but like you can tell she's good.
Like competent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Merru will watch her for a minute before getting back to his whatever he was doing. And he'll just be like, you know, I guess I just think the worst thing someone can be in this city is just alone, you know? Kind of forgotten about. So I'm glad, really, that everyone you thought was gone isn't, even if I guess it's pretty complicated for you. It's why I said I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't want you to find your brother. I hope that you can make whatever's going on between you two right again. You know?
Me too.
It's always good to have people out there who are in your corner. Even if it's just a couple. So. And Merru will give Miix like a long look as he does that. And he opens his mouth to say something else, but then goes back to preparing one of the pots of soup.
Is there This is a question for Merru the player and Mr. DM. Is there a roll that Miix can make to see what happened there?
Imagine it would be an intuition insight roll. Merru, I would probably say it's against your calmness.
Okay.
Focus. Yeah, calmness focus versus.
Merru's got 8 on that one.
Oh.
He's calm.
Well,
We'll make
Okay,
that
well,
roll.
can I get? Yeah, Can I get some bonuses here? Because we're like, kind of chill. Like we've kind of. I imagine Merru's let his guard down quite a bit.
He has.
Hey, do you want me to roll my calmness focus?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you to roll. Your calmness
I thought
focus.
you said
Yes.
just against the...
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking you to roll against.
Yeah, I could do that.
Phew. Thank you.
No, I was like, oh, just against whatever the number is? Okay.
No. To roll against.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Well, it's an 8!
All right, that's 8 successes. I'm not sure what's up with the dice, but...
Okay, I don't know if this is worth doing.
You might as well.
I'll do it. I guess.
Do you have any,
I
you
guess.
could push if you want.
I'll push.
You could use your sin.
That's that. Yeah, I'll use sin.
Close!
You know what? If
It's
I get
close.
I'll reroll here. Thank God.
Oh,
my
yeah,
God,
that's an 8 success crit. I would say,
Whoa.
yeah, with the crit, you are able to, tell, in fact, I will, given the result of this roll is up to Merru, not up to me, I will let Merru tell you whatever you're able to discern.
Yeah, I think Merru, he's usually, pretty calm, pretty, like, he's, when it comes down to it, as much as he, like, can tend to get mad or whatever, like, when he needs to be, he can keep a straight face. But I think there was something in the look that he gave you that probably, if you think about it, would bring you back to his own distortion, the things that he was saying about not wanting to miss people anymore, things like that. And I think based on what you know of him, the little he's told you, and what you've seen from his distortion, you can tell that when Merru's being genuine when he was saying that, but there's a part of him that it's not envy. It's just he's thinking about his own situation. The fact that he seems to have a number of people from his life who he knows are, they're very permanent deaths, like that, or they're not coming back.
Yeah.
And he has, his own situation with his sister, and to have seen and heard of people in Miix's life having come back, whereas Merru just has to sit with the deaths of people in his life. You can tell that's maybe weighing on him a little bit, but he had chosen to not bring that up because he was talking about Miix and not himself.
Miix sees that, and while she's helping him book, she says, I'm in your corner too. Now.
Well,
Vegetables are done. What next?
yeah, here, do you mind, I have some extra vegetable broth. It's in one of the storage jars. Can you grab that for me?
Yeah. Miix goes over, and there's not much that. And maybe Merru can tell, Miix is kind of hey, you don't have to say anything. It's okay.
Yeah. And I think... Yeah, I think Merru will, he'll, give Miix a little nod when he takes the jar. And he starts getting the, both pots ready to let all the ingredients simmer and all of that for the proper time, and he goes, well, All right. Anyway, you can get out of the kitchen now.
Before before that,
Yes.
I was actually curious about something. If you'd be willing to tell me.
What?
Was Vienna a good sister?
Yeah. Of course she was. If she wasn't a good sister, I wouldn't want to see her, you know? Everyone always said that we looked the exact same. I was like her shadow growing up, right? That's what people said. And that was the biggest compliment ever. She was awesome.
You do look alike.
I know. I'm glad I still do. I kept my hair long until not too long ago. For a long time, my hair was longer because I liked that I looked like her, because it was just such a compliment to me. But I like my hair short, of course. I like it a lot like this, and I don't think I'd ever grow it out. But she was really a really good sister. So, yeah.
I have a lot of regrets about how I handled that. Told you not to go after her, tried to stop you, and now here I am, doing the same thing.
It's fine. I get it. Sometimes I guess you can't understand why someone wants to do something until you happen to be doing the same thing as them. So, it's why I told you before that you're the last person who could tell me not to see her, but it's fine. I'll see her when I see her.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get better so I can whatever misunderstanding she got about me, we can make that right, and it'll all be good. I have a plan. It'll be fine. So, was that all?
Hope that my plan goes well too.
I hope it does.
I hope
Like
you
I
find her.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I have to time all of the stuff that I'm letting simmer. If I put it in for too long, it'll get mushy. Put it in for too short, it won't be mushy enough, I guess. So I will call you all once everything's ready. And then he'll pause and I'll go, at least you know a thing or two on how to prepare vegetables. If it was Berg, I'd probably have to walk him through every single little step, every single cut. Ugh. Anyway, I'll let you know when I need someone to help me cook something. And you can take that line however you'd like. But he doesn't sound hesitant like he did before.
Miix looks at Merru, gazing at him for a little bit more before walking away, and I think maybe there's a little visual where there's a little Miix being held in the arms of an older boy, and maybe a little Merru being held in the arms of an older girl, before it goes back to them again, and Miix walks back towards the other side of the RV.
Absolutely. And Miix, is there anywhere you're headed in particular or anyone that you're looking for?
I think at this point, it's the last person. Last but not least, Miix will try and find Kai.
And Kai, where are you at this moment?
I think Kai is not napping, but just resting at his bunk after he has wrapped his remaining wounds.
Absolutely. Miix, you're able to find him.
I was looking for you. You're a hard man to find.
It's a small RV. Can't imagine you had that much trouble.
Ah, well. We all have our little hidey holes, Miix says, joking. She looks around. She looks at the, edge of the bed. May I?
Oh, sure. Kai will kind of scooch his way over so that they're not directly next to each other.
Miix sits down. How you feeling? You were, everyone was pretty beat up.
Certainly been worse. The bit of time that we've had to recuperate. I mean, you know I'll be fine. I've always been fine. You?
I'm different, I guess, but physically I'm fine. Mentally, I feel like a fog's cleared up, so I guess that's a good sign.
Did you wanna
Talk about something, not just make idle chat. My gosh, I guess we can't just have a good old small talk.
I don't think I had any small talk with anyone after I, turned into a monster.
Maybe I
For a
just
little
handled
bit.
it a little better. But
Maybe you did.
sorry, that was a joke. I wanted to apologize for everything, really. I've been going the rounds. I was shitty. I really was. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for the way I've kind of just been expecting other people to clean up my mess. And I'm sorry that I told you about the past. I'm sorry that I shouldn't have molded you. I shouldn't have tried to mold you into something that I wanted, I was selfish. I wanted to be friends with you ever since we first met, because you were friends with everyone. But I didn't really want to be friends with you. More so what it represented, I never really saw you. That was really shitty. Sorry.
You... Yeah. I can forgive all of that, but I do feel I owe you some, I guess, explanation. Or when you revealed that we have an unfortunate past connection, that's really what stuck with me. You didn't give me a chance to react. You said I had been treating you like shit, and then you ran off before I could. But I didn't know how much was weighing on you, and you are right, or you were right. I have given you a harder time than the others, and even if your reasons for wanting to be friends with me, I guess in your eyes, are selfish, I didn't really give you that chance, and I'm sorry. It's hard to look past your privileges sometimes. I know you have a past, like all of us, but Miix, I gave away every piece I had of myself until I had nothing left by the time I was your age, and I've had to live with that for so long. I forget how much it used to hurt, and you pushed us away constantly, and I can't take the blame for not being a psychic, and I can't wrap my head around your feelings, let alone to the extent that you seem to feel them, especially if you've been hiding parts of it. I've tried to understand you through life experience, but I can't. I'm sorry for being built this way. I don't think that I'll ever see things the way that you can, but that doesn't make you wrong, and I think that I never really acknowledged that fact. I can understand wearing whatever mask protects you best, and knowing that you've been living that way. Maybe we have a little bit more in common than I thought.
Yeah. We do, in some part. I guess for me, it's just hard to understand how you feel things. And not that you're wrong for feeling things how you do. I mean, your life's been radically different from mine. But I'd like to understand more if you're willing to explain. I'd at least like to try. I don't want to see you as just... I don't want to see you for what you represent. I just want to see you for you. And I figure the least I can do is, if you're comfortable with it, is in that. I think I really just wanted... I think I just wanted to believe that what you show to people normally is just what you were. It was more convenient for me to do that. But you're right, you're not psychic, you're not... That was shitty. I'm sorry, I genuinely am. I am. I'll be better. I can't promise that I'm not gonna fuck up again. But I'll learn every time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know this was a little bit earlier. If you've been making the rounds, it's probably not as fresh on your mind as it is mine. But you know, this is, speaking of our initial meeting and your father and your brother, you told us how they were, and I can see the influence that your father had on your actions leading up until now, and why he had the power to strip me of any status back then. But I just... why apologize now? Why try to be better if you already betrayed your brother? I mean, what changed that made you want to be better?
I think ever since I was little, I always loved stories. My Natalia would read me bedtime stories before bed every night. I loved the worlds in them. To me, they seemed so real, like they could leap out of the cover, or maybe I could dive into the book itself. I'd always have the most wonderful dreams. As I grew older, I learned that that wasn't the way the world was. I learned from my father that it was all so cruel. And I didn't like that. I didn't understand why people had to live the painful lives that they do. I wanted things to be better. I wanted things to... I wanted the world to be like the one in my stories. And somewhere along the way, I just started thinking that more and more often. I left the fantasies behind, but I kept the ideals. I wanted to believe that the world could be a better place. I wanted to believe that maybe everyone could really work together, that we didn't have to live like this. That people didn't have to grow up and choose cannibalism to survive, you know? I wanted to live in a world where people could get educated and not have to be in the 1% to do so. A place where things like the back streets aren't separated by these cruel walls. But a nail that sticks out will always be hammered down. My father was that hammer. I learned to hide it. I learned to fool myself, I guess. I learned to lie to myself that that's not what I wanted. I tried to turn myself into a cynical, bitter Bestborn. I tried to do that because I thought if I didn't, that I'd die. I believed that the world didn't have a place for me. But then Ange tried to sink the facility, and I saw all of you get hurt. And I saw all of you do what I thought was pointless. I thought you would all try and throw your lives away. And I couldn't understand that. You can call me a fool. But I thought if we could all make it out, we could work together and make it. I didn't want all of you to be hurt. After that, I thought maybe I could change. But after everything we went through, I was so scared of the way the world was. I couldn't be the way I wanted to be. And so I tried to put on the masks again. And I met Faye. You shouted at me after I tried to reject Faye. And you said something that struck a chord with me. That you liked the old me before. And I couldn't understand it because I thought I was being better. I thought I was adjusting to the world, that I was being more like everyone else. And so I let my guard down and I tried to really connect with Faye. And then tragedy struck and I shut away again. That leads us to now. After I distorted, after learning that so much more of my family is alive, I can't go back to how I used to be. I can't pretend to not be what I am. An idealist through and through. I can't pretend that I'm not. I can't be cynical. I can't, not to the level that people are. If you're asking me why I am the way I am, I feel I need to be this way, how I can be this way after all of that. I guess some part of me still really loves those stories. And I want to share those with other people. I feel too much, maybe. And maybe that's hard to understand. But I figure someone has to feel the way I do. Someone has to look at the way the world is and reject it. Someone has to be the first person to do so. I'd like to be that person. You can call it naive. But that's how I feel. What about you? How did you become you? What happened?
I think the person, the version of me that you saw as a kid, I was already on my way to where I am now in some ways, but I mean, part of the reason that I really hated you bringing up what happened. You are so lucky that you are someone that I have care for. I guess most of the reason is that I don't like to feel things like you were talking about. I don't know. I don't know how you can handle all of that emotion all of the time when anything more negative than annoyance even that is itchy and foreign. But recalling what made me, or in full unprompted, it's like hot tar being poured into my stomach, weighing down every organ, boiling me from the inside. You know what I mean?
It's hard to wrap my brain around it.
Whatever. It's uncomfortable is all. It's painful. And so yeah. But the actual story, I figured things out, in the after. I could tell you about my childhood if I had much to recall or tell, but I don't. It was all... I don't remember anything really before my teens, and even then it was just kind of trying to get out of the situation I was in, and then I guess I had everything taken away from me, and I suppose I could blame you, but I figured things out. I always do. I mean, don't get me wrong, being homeless in the back streets wasn't fun by any means, and I could have been charged with more than one breaking and entering, but I managed. And then I started working as an escort. And now that you've met, one of the other girls, you can see that we got by. And I don't know, maybe sleeping in a different bed every night, letting gross men do whatever they wanted to me, losing most of the pieces that might have maybe not some kind of a deviant could be seen as bad. But my life was only ruined in my eyes when someone ripped that all away from me. in ways that I could never get it back from. And I was tainted. And that's the most hurt that I have ever felt. So, you weren't the villain in my story. You were just some dumb kid, and it wasn't your fault that I ended up like this. And I'm sorry for not being able to hold back my reaction better to what you thought was the right thing to do. But reliving anything close to that feeling of helplessness feels like just and I'd rather feel nothing than like a victim again. But you still have that fight in you. You always had it, even if you put on that flimsy facade of apathy that you were talking about. It came off as performative, and that annoyed me so much. Most of all, that you chose to act that way, that person didn't align fully with, that I had to disregard pieces of you to fit you into the mold that I created. You're a better person than I ever could be, to your core. And I'm glad that you won't throw out those feelings for the greater good. Someone has to be a naive, idealistic, fantasy world. Someone has to have that vision for the future, and it's never going to be me, so
I see. We really are different people. I thank you for telling me. It's hard to wrap my head around how you feel things. But I understand, I think, at least in some part, why. Thank you for telling me. For what it's worth, not that you're asking for any kind of validation, but I don't think your way of living is wrong. And I'm really sorry if I ever gave off that impression. And I'm sorry for trying to force you to feel more than you wanted to. But I'll keep it in mind. I'll be better to you.
Thanks. I think I need to be more gracious towards you, because you aren't wrong for even if the way that I am is understandable, I suppose, I've always found it easiest to find care for people that want things that I know are right intellectually. And you do that. And I suppose, and there is admiration for that fact in you, and I don't think that you should change your you. I don't think that you should change that fact about yourself just for my comfort.
Yeah. I won't. As selfish as it is. And I'm not that altruistic. I'm not entirely doing it for you. For my sake, too. If I want to be the kind of woman that can bring other people to the kind of ideal that I want, then I have to be better. But, thank you again. And if I ever annoy you,
Please keep being annoying. It's part of who you are.
you can, you know, if I ever annoy you, then you can feel free to let me know that I'm being annoying. As I don't mind that sort of thing. I'd prefer if you were being honest.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. And Miix will start to get up, and right before she thinks about stepping away, she looks over at Kai and says, Kai?
Yes, Miix?
You... Thank you for being patient with me. You were, You reminded me of Alyosha. In some ways. Thanks.
I will blink a couple of times at that, but not respond, and I think let Miix walk away.
And
Sorry, not to cut you all off. I don't mean to interrupt, but if you two are starting to wrap up, I think you can hear Merru from the kitchen calling out and being like, "All right, dinner's done. Get your bowl before it gets cold, or don't. I really don't care. So, come get your food. I don't know where the health fryer is. You have a special bowl. So don't get the one with the beef. I don't want you puking in my kitchen. All right? So, get what you want, but no more than a bowl. So don't get what you want, just get a bowl."
Like,
Kai will like jog to the kitchen to get away from the conversation that he just had.
Thank
Where's
you,
the beef?
Merru.
Where's the beef?
The beef is that one.
Where's
The
the
one
beef?
over here. The beef, it's in the
I
soup.
see. Where? Well, I see the soup.
Oh my gosh,
Yes,
beef?
Yes, we need meat in our diets, except for Pryor, who doesn't need anything in his diet, but will eat everything except for the beef.
Yeah.
I know if I eat food, I usually need to have some kind of a meat, but this is the beef and the vegetable. This is the vegetable. The vegetables didn't touch the meat, so don't worry, Pryor. You got your
Awesome.
own spot, but you're
Thank
only getting a
you.
bowl. The rest is going for leftovers.
Does
You're
anybody want seasoning?
I used some of the seasonings in there. Don't use too much.
Oh, you did. Never mind. Never mind.
I didn't want to I don't like to waste the spices and stuff. We already have them. I mean, I wasn't happy that you got them, but like, I'll use them if they're there.
Gotcha.
Does
I wasn't
all
sure
the
if
rest
it's
have
like-
to be for leftovers?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you get one bowl. That is your.
But I already ate it.
No. Well,
Well,
too
that's
bad.
Don't.
I want
Let me
leftovers too.
You're not getting leftovers. No one's getting leftovers. Pryor, you will eat when it's time for your next meal,
Yeah.
which is
Okay.
not in the middle of the night.
And you're already grown. I'm the growing woman here.
What do you? You're in your.
You're
20s.
in your 20s.
I'm 22.
That's in your 20s. The last time I
My
checked.
point is that I need to keep eating, so I will not.
No, you
When do
don't.
people stop growing normally?
Neo stopped you from growing the rest of your beard. I feel like you're done.
Oh, I'm done, I know, but I'm just
I
not
think
sure
we're
when
all-
normal people are.
Unfortunately, I think we're all done here. I would love to grow a couple more inches, but like that stopped when I was like a teenager. So we're all done.
Well,
We're done. No
well,
growing.
people stop
No one's
growing in their
growing.
like early 20s, so I'm like at the very edge. I feel.
You're
We're
not-
growing anymore.
The difference in the meals that you eat now could not possibly affect any visible growth.
I'm just saying.
And if it's
you
going to
never
happen,
know.
it's not going to happen because you got one more bowl of soup. So you're not getting a second bowl.
Well, if we got Miix a bolus, I think maybe that could help.
What is a bolus?
We're not talking about bowls. We're talking about bowls. Get your
Oh,
soup.
that's what that
Go
is.
sit down and go eat. Pryor, you're not getting another soup bowl. You're not getting a seconds. No seconds.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's
It
fine.
has to be fine.
Whoa.
That's what I made.
Whoa, oh my god.
Oh, holy shit.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Sadly, I
you
can't give
guys-
Pascal any soup. Actually, no, that's for the best.
Pascal
Imagine
beat
we
us.
had to feed Pascal.
I don't want. We would not be having Pascal if that was the case.
I like Pascal. You're
Me too,
you're
and I'm really,
you're good.
I'm really happy that I don't have to feed him.
I
Come
think
here,
we all like
Pascal.
Pascal.
Let Mama give you a hug.
Beep. Pascal flies over to
Ew.
you.
You're a good drone.
It beeps happily. And it looks
All right.
towards you, Pryor.
I stare into that beady camera lensed eyes with.
I thought you guys made peace.
Beep.
I have made
Pascal
my
is
peace
very
with that robot.
You don't talk about my son that way.
Your son?
Yes.
Well,
I don't want to start this conflict again. I need to get sleep tonight.
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna go lay down. Probably
Yeah.
start snoring soon.
awesome. You do that.
Okay. Make sure to take off your work clothes. Put on the PJs.
Yes, yes. I promise I won't corrode in the middle of the night.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
Well, if you go to sleep in your ego gear, yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the safety manual.
You have taken off your ego gear when you go to sleep, right?
Sometimes,
Right.
yeah.
What do you mean
Sometimes.
What do you mean sometimes?
Jacket. Sometimes I keep the jacket over me. I get cold.
Yeah, but just get a normal jacket. I have blankets.
No,
What do you mean no?
no, I don't need that.
Okay.
It-
You know what? I believe
The
you.
coat itself is fine.
All right.
Because I'm already going to have to wear it again anyway.
Well,
Wash it when I need to, and I'll wear it when I want to.
Well, you haven't suffered extreme abnormality corrosion yet, so I suppose
Yes, I'm doing it just
you're-
fine. It's
fair enough.
fine.
I believe you.
I know.
honestly,
what
Merru's
I hear.
Merru's probably rated for wearing gear higher than HE anyway at this point, so
No.
I guess he's just built different.
I guess so.
That won't.
Although the rest of you should take off your gear. I should as well. In fact,
Yes, I'll do the same. And Pryor hangs up Life for a Daredevil on the wall, and after getting changed, after a few minutes, you hear him begin to snore from the back.
Well, Merru will put away all the leftovers and stuff. He had a couple spoonfuls of soup. Couldn't really stomach much more than a little bit, but it's more than he usually does. But when he's done and everyone else is done, he will, I guess, as they're winding down for the night, Merru will do his typical go into the roof to keep watch.
Absolutely. You are all able to wind down for the night. Prior, I imagine, falls asleep first. Pascal, for now, is not harassing you, Prior, as I imagine he starts snoring. Kai and Miix, the two of you settle in, doing your nightly routines, and Merru, you
Yes.
head out to the roof, you said.
Yes.
Can you make me an intuition awareness roll at challenge free?
Yeah, I can do that. Challenge 3?
Yep, challenge free.
What's up?
3 successes. All right. Merru, you notice a very familiar presence appear behind you.
Okay.
And you wonder if it might have something to do with the fact that you've used your ego resonance with Little Red Riding Hooded Mercenary a few times now, but you haven't called on a certain someone in a bit.
Oh. Yeah?
It has been some time since you last called upon me.
Okay. Well, I know who this is. Of course. Merru, he doesn't bother giving Kreishitz a proper greeting. I think as he's keeping watch, he instead will sort of click his tongue and glare up at the shadowy figure, and he says, "Don't be petty. I asked for your help back in District 22. What? Jealous that I'm not giving you enough attention or something?"
We are both aware of the one who harbors any feelings of that nature. And Merru, you can feel his eyes leering down, specifically at where you're clutching your magic bullet rifle to your chest, almost possessively.
Yeah, well, he does do that. Merru will definitely notice that look, but he won't do anything about it. Instead, he'll probably get a little defensive, and he'll say, "I just like being prepared. And anyway, you're the one appearing out of nowhere to say I haven't talked to you in a while, so..."
Defratius, we'll ignore that comment. You hesitated in that district.
I just didn't want your shot to mess things up. I wasn't doing good back then.
Defratius has no mouth to smile with, at least not one that you can see. But Merru, something about the way he's watching you now almost feels as if he's amused, in a way. by the topic of your distortion. And he says, and how cathartic it was to watch you fall on that day, however temporary it was. It was tragic that you were so enclosed. Though I had already known from the start how that day would end.
I don't really care what you think about that. I already moved on from it. I'm trying to do more than just survive now. And I'm getting better. I even made up with Miix today. She went through a distortion too, I helped her out of it.
Once again, Derfratius ignores you. He does narrow his eyes when you bring up helping Miix and how you think you're getting better. But he doesn't say anything about it. Your visits have become few and far between. It is not unexpected, but your tone has also been changing as of late. You have been forgetting your role.
That's an interesting way to phrase whatever Merru and Derfratius have going on with their contract. But yeah, I think what he says will actually give Merru pause. He'll stare at how he's holding onto his rifle, furrow his brow a bit, and then he'll put it down next to him instead of continuing to hold it. And then he'll go, yeah, maybe. Maybe I realize that I don't want to need you anymore.
Need?
Well, you don't need me, so why should I need you? I don't need to be so tied to what you say as long as I fire the gun when it's time to fight.
Merru, there is a long silence after you say that. How foolish. Your hubris truly precedes you.
I don't think Merru knows what hubris means. And the book he carries with him, it's a thesaurus, not a dictionary, so he can't exactly look it up. But he also doesn't really trust anything Freyshit says anyway, so he wouldn't really bother with that. He knows Freyshitz is probably just probably being quiet to try and intimidate him, and he's not scared. Freyshit's vague way of speaking always kind of makes him feel on edge, even if he's, used to it at the same time. Since he knows that he would want Merru to listen to whatever he says, so I think Merru would, he'd get defensive again, I think. He kind of, feels like he's being cornered, and he doesn't like that. But he's not scared. Not really. So he'll say, yeah, I'm figuring it out, and listening to you won't help. I can handle what you give me now anyway. I mean, can't you tell? I don't think I'm really affected by your corrosion anymore. I'm becoming me again. You can't take that away from me.
Merru, for some reason after you say that, it's like his presence begins to loom over you even more than it already was. It's like he's trying to overwhelm you. And he says, is that truly what you believe? Then are you prepared to face the meaning of your words? And Merru, as his form looms over you, can you make me a calmness plus focus roll at challenge 5 to see if you can ward off his intimidation attempt?
Yeah, I can. Okay, well I have 8 dice, like I said before. 5. Am I able to use my my desperation here?
You may use your sin dice here.
Awesome, I will. I'm scared. I'm not scared. I said I'm not scared. Challenge 5, you said?
Yep, challenge 5.
Alright.
You'll learn the consequences if you fail.
Well, hopefully I won't. Yes!
8
Yes!
success crit.
Yup.
Merru, not only does his attempt to intimidate you fail, but it's almost as if for a moment his presence seems to be backed off by you, as if you almost repel him, and his form seems to flicker.
Merru, I think he kind of surprised himself by that. But he goes, yes, I am. I'll be fine. And he sounds kind of confident when he says that, I think.
Merru, after you respond, Derfratius backs off. He still looms over you, but it's more like he naturally does now. Perhaps this is the better consequence after all.
Consequence?
To open your heart as a selfish man is a foolish gamble, one you should know all too well. Why retrace your steps?
Merru will frown at that. Doesn't really like how that sounds. He can't exactly word why that bothers him so much. I mean, maybe it's because for some reason that reminds him a bit of the pendant around his neck, and then he thinks of his sister again too. But he will take a deep breath and whisper to himself to stay mindful before he responds. And he goes, I'm not retracing anything. I'm just doing what I think is right. For me, I'm making a plan, and I'm gonna follow it through.
Do you care for what comes after your plan is brought to fruition? The one with the red hood seeks immediate satisfaction, you must know. And, Merru, that part of her that she gave you, the part of the cloak that is on you, you can almost feel it for a moment, this sudden anger surge up. But he continues to speak as he says, I seek something long-term. Which is your goal?
I want whatever's best for me. Nothing about that has changed. I've always been this way. I just want to feel better again, too.
Then I see that everything is still going as it is.
That's a weird thing to say. Merru won't really brush over that. I think he'll go, is it? You're talking all weird, you know, weirder than usual.
Do properly call on me soon, however, lest I choose to take matters into my own hands.
Merru will frown again. That sounded bad. But everything Freyshut says sounds bad. And he knows he'll be called on when he's needed. And maybe Merru will find a way to do that before Freyshut gets any ideas. But you know, of course, you know, Merru can't stop himself from stirring the pot just a little bit, especially because he was able to kind of push Freyshut's back, it kind of felt for a second. So now he'll like hug his knees closer to his chest and he'll just say, go away, Freyshut. You sound like you're just mad that I can resonate with Reddy now. She's helped me out a bunch.
Merru, you can feel his cold gaze crawl up your spine. Derfatius has never had a reaction to the few times you've resonated with Little Red Riding Hood and Mercenary before, so you can't know if he's bothered by it, or if he's simply trying to make you feel uneasy again. But then he says, if that is what you wish to believe, I look forward to seeing what will come of your plan, though I must urge you to remember that you handed your control over the moment you agreed to our deal. So stray all you'd like. I am still the controller of our contract's terms. You do best to keep hold of that knowledge.
I think I'm doing just fine either way. I told everyone that I'm gonna get better and do things right this time, and I don't care if you think I won't.
Merru. At that, Derfatius does leave you alone now. But as he disappears and you feel his presence fade, you swear you can hear his voice directly in your ear, as if he's right over your shoulder saying, I am eager to see if you are correct. You truly will always be yourself. Nothing will change that. And then he's gone. It makes you feel colder than you usually are, Merru.
I think Merru will shiver a little bit at that, and instinctively he'll tighten his coat, his magic bullet coat, around him, just a little tighter, to try and keep warm, and conversations with Defratius, they've always had this weird mix of making him feel comforted and uneasy. But I think this time he doesn't really feel much comfort at all. It's just the uneasiness that's now mixing with his confidence that he had in himself. So it's like a similar but like different enough feeling that he's not quite sure what to make of it. But he thinks he handled that well, considering how Freyshitz always talks to him and how he always acts. So I think he will try his best to just not necessarily forget about it, but focus on his task, on keeping watch like he normally does, because he doesn't want to let Freyshitz get too into his head again. He's had enough of that, and he is confident that he will be fine. So
Absolutely. Merru, I know you're keeping watch, but do you get any sleep, or do you stay up the whole night? And this is a very important question.
do I sleep?
Do you sleep? Do you end up falling asleep?
I think Merru, not on the roof at least. I think because he kind of tried to do that a while ago and Yuna caught him. I think after that he's reminded himself to go back down to the bathroom to sleep in the bathtub. He's been trying to sleep, so I think he gets a couple hours.
Absolutely. The next morning, everyone, I will not ask you who wakes up first, because all of you will be awakened at the same time.
Oh.
There is a loud, blaring alarm that plays from the 4 Euro DVA devices that you all have on you. And you all hear Captain Leb's voice boom from them. Hello, is this thing on? Do you read me?
Yes, Miix says, and grabbing the receiver. What's going on?
Miix, as you do that, how do the rest of you react?
I mean, Merru, he wakes up at the slightest noise anyway, so he's up, and rushing out the door of the bathroom with his communication device, trying to figure out what the hell is happening.
Kai awakens with a jolt and in his half-asleep stupor frantically grabs for whatever the source of the noise is.
Pryor falls out of bed with a thud, and as soon as he does, he pulls himself back up, and he is slipping on his ego gear by the time he realizes it's coming from the device and not outside, and he quickly pulls it out and joins the call. Captain Lev, what do you need?
Oh, yes. Comrades, compatriots, allies, friends, Pryor, Miix, I heard the two of you. I assume Kai and Merru were there. I am sending out an emergency signal. If you are anywhere near T Corp's District 20, I implore your aid in... And there is the sound of a gun being fired in the background. And you hear Captain Lev go, shit! Comrades, hello!
We're hearing you. What's going on? I heard gunfire.
Yes, so, you must understand, I am running out of bombs, and this capo is somehow still standing, not at all injured or exhausted, and...
You son of a fucking bitch, Cinna. Sorry, character. You son of a fucking bitch. Any chance, tall gentleman with a cane?
Yes, wait, you know... And before he can keep talking, Pryor, Merru, there is another voice that you both recognize, muffled as it is by the distance and the sounds of the fight. It is a sign of disrespect to turn your back on a capo terzo of the thumb. I know not who you implore for aid, but I advise against heeding the call, those on the other end, lest you be punished for aiding those who would oppose the thumb, one of the 5 fingers. And the moment he says that, there is the sound of more bombs being thrown. And then Captain Lev's voice returns.
Oh my god.
This man is fearless.
He's I love him so much.
Oh my god.
Captain Lev, you cannot fight that man. You cannot fight that man.
Listen, I assure you, Pryor, I have the situation under control, and...
You don't!
Captain Lev, I don't know if you know what this means, but when we fought him last time, he had these glowy rings of light that went around his weapon, and he, lit himself on, light fire, and we could not hurt him.
Oh shit, is that the light fire? How are you backed up already? Never mind, just come quick, and... You can hear...
Okay, send us your location. Just, we're, Miix, tell Pascal to turn the RV around.
Oh, fuck that. And Miix will, dash to the front. It's manual time now as Miix takes the wheel.
Absolutely. Miix, you can go to the wheel. And Fire, you can hear Captain Lev saying, understood. I am running. And in the... Muffled again by the sounds, you can hear Dino's voice for your insubordination, blatant disrespect of authority, and daring to speak back to a capo. I will have your tongue and then your head. And Captain Lev screams, "You'll have to catch me first!" And there are more sounds of more bombs being thrown.
Captain Lev, just buy us as much time as you can. Do you understand it? Buy us as much time as you can. We're coming with everything we've got.
Understood. I have a lot of time right now. I don't know how much I will have left by the time you're here, and I would rather not be caught by him. So please hurry and abruptly...
Get off the damn phone and just focus on running.
The call ends.
Presumably we've been sent the coordinates. Miix is going to immediately slam down on the gas.
Yeah.
And get them going. Drifting, low-key drifting with the turns. It's not fun.
It'll be faster to get through. All right, looking at the map, it'll probably be faster to get through J Corp than it will through K Corp. We'll route ourselves around the border.
We're going through...
Sorry, I was just looking at the map. I assume from where we are, it would be faster to cut through J Corp.
Yes, it would be faster to cut through J Corp rather than trying to go for K Corp to get to T Corp, the way you're looking at the routes where they're located in T Corp, it looks like the fastest route, which you've been able to map out thanks to Miix and Pascal, it looks to be going through J Corp right into T Corp. You have a feeling, since you've already been through the borders before, you shouldn't be given a lot of trouble at it. But you have a feeling you should step on the gas.
Gotcha. Yeah. As soon as Pryor says J Core, Miix just does a super sharp turn, and everybody gets slammed to the side as
God.
she switches towards J Core.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm surprised you haven't made us
Yeah.
roll for like some kind of agility thing, so we.
I
don't,
mean,
like,
we're not at
get
risk of being
Yeah,
injured.
yeah.
I think. Yeah, we're all just grabbing
Roll
onto
it.
anything we can.
I say roll it.
You
Are
know,
you everyone?
yes, I would say, first I need
Oh.
Miix to make me a, I would say reflex drive. It's a scaling challenge. You can set it at challenge 1, and the higher you get, the better you do. This will affect things for the next session.
You should probably push.
Oh, always, always.
Ooh.
3 successes. Would you
reroll.
like to
Yeah, you
spend
gotta-
your
3 successes
sanity?
is pretty
Don't
good.
overpower
No,
it.
no, push that.
I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
hell yeah, 4 is not bad.
4
Good,
successes?
four's good.
Not bad. That's not bad. You're moving at a good pace.
Not bad. That's good. Taking that. Little
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, 4 successes. You're doing good. It's not anything crazy, but like you are able to speed through. The rest of you, I will say, with the sudden jolt, if the rest of you want to make a reflex athletics just to like not fall over suddenly.
Sure. Is there a challenge level?
I'll say challenge 3 because
Okay.
Miix's driving isn't like crazy
I got
right now.
this.
It's only
Yup.
I'm not gonna re-roll that. I want to.
2
No.
successes.
Pryor, Kai almost catches himself, and then a rogue Pryor takes him like to the ground
my
as Pryor
God,
goes
yeah.
sailing through the air.
Wait. Since I got a crit,
You do get an 8 success crit.
can I say that obviously those two still kind of like
Don't
get
say
knocked
must.
to the side, but like, can he at least stop them
No.
from like crashing into something important?
Yes, yeah, Merru, you are
Aaron just
able.
bunts them away from the kitchen.
Yeah, you're able to keep them from the
He, like, he,
kitchen.
like side checks them.
Pryor's like sailing towards the kitchen, and Merru like donkey kicks him like it through the air to change his trajectory, and he just
Kai.
into Kai.
Yeah, great.
Absolutely. And as you two fumble on the ground, I think this is a great place to call our session to a close. As
You Cinna, you son of, I don't break character, but Cinna, twice, detour, and then here, you made that fucking enemy to haunt my goddamn nightmares.
are you excited? Are you all excited to see Dino again?
So excited.
That's no, not at all.
But
I'm so jazzed.
I'm so glad. But I will say there is one final scene we all have
Oh,
at the close of this canto.
one last scene.
This meeting is hosted within a decrepit and freshly excavated room. Buried and thought forgotten, where twisted hunks of metal from something ancient poke through the dirt. The room almost seems to breathe on one wall. And 5 figures are gathered around the table. One among those 5, seated upon the throne. But 2 of the 7 seats remain vacant. One of those gathered is a young woman with grayish skin draped in chains and with spiderweb ornaments in her hair. She's staring directly across the table, unblinking, at a woman nearly identical in appearance to Merru. Vienna has a polite smile on her face, but beside her, Rinny is tense and guarded. The seat to the right of the throne is empty, but to the left sits a woman in garb almost resembling that of the Zwei Association, though the armor has been broken from time and the cracks are overlaid with golden chains. And this woman here speaks. This place looks ancient. Are you still excavating spaces he buried and left abandoned? She looks to the man on the throne itself. The man's head is adorned with flaming talons, and his face is set in a frown. He does not answer her, and she sighs before she speaks, turning to the room at large, and the woman gathered there. I motion we begin our discussion without Big Brother Zachary present on what Vienna has to report from her trip to U Corp's District 21. After all, I am sure that man has, no doubt, found some debauchery to... Her voice dies in her throat when the door slams open and a man strolls in dressed in the garb of the middle, and a smirk etched on his face. This place is a fucking dump! Oi! Vienna, babe! And the man goes right for the woman who resembles Merru instead of either of the empty chairs, and slings an arm around her shoulders, ignoring how Rinny's entire body goes rigid and how her eyes nearly become pinpricks, as if she's a hare standing upright in a field sensing danger. Zachary, it's so good to see you again, Vienna says, and the woman seated left of the throne grimaces when the man leans in towards Vienna for a kiss. This woman here stands and slams both palms down on the table, drawing his annoyed glare onto her and away from Vienna. Zachary, you're already late. Take your seat. Stop being such a bitch, Mary. Just because Pryor didn't want your ass anymore doesn't mean... I don't know if I'd throw his name around so carelessly as you have. Vienna speaks before she can stop herself. Zachary's hold on her tightens, painfully so, those tattoos of the middle flaring purple for a moment. And Vienna winces at the sudden pressure. Ew, Pryor? We don't have to worry about him anymore, do we? The old man's been gone for years now, so what's there to fret about? You think he's just gonna descend from the rafters because someone dared to speak his name? There's a tense silence in the room before the words slip from Vienna's mouth. He's back. The woman to the left, Mary, stiffens at once and begins to rise again from her seat, reaching for the old sword of the Zwei kept at her side. Oh no, this is horrible. Smiles. The one with the grayish skin speaks and tilts her head so far it nearly seems as if the neck is about to snap, and that the head itself will roll onto the table. There's the briefish flash of what almost looks to be fear in Zachary's eyes, recoiling from Vienna for a moment before anger sets in, the man puffing out his tattooed chest draped in gold chains. While the man seated on the throne does not speak, though his frown deepens and eyes harden, focused on the bearer of the news, Vienna, alone. And Mary speaks once more. Vienna, what do you mean by this? Her gaze immediately goes to Rinny, who seems to shrink in her seat. Rinny, have you known? Rinny is silent at that. How long have you known? Rinny's head lowers, unable to meet Mary's gaze, and seeing this, Vienna speaks again, almost shielding Rennie with her form. He's returned. We learned back in L Corp when visiting Berg. Mary cuts Vienna abruptly off. There is a pained, conflicted look in her eyes before they resolve with a cold intent. Are both of them on their way here? And now? Shit, this is the worst case scenario. Even with all our combined strength, I doubt we can put down Pryor, and it would take everything and everyone here to deal with him and only him, accompanied by that monster he made. Oh, I wouldn't worry about my baby brother returning with fodder. Smiles. Mary's glare turns on the young, gray-skinned woman who stares back at her unblinking. Percy? And Percy speaks up again, that polite smile frozen on her face. I have made it quite clear to him what will become of him if he returns here. I am a good older sister for sending him death threats. Smiles. Before Mary can say anything, Vienna speaks up once more. He isn't alone. I ran into Kai again. I liked Kai. He would do well as a choice for one of my fathers. Inner circle. Nods approvingly. Smiles. I thank you, Percy. Vienna looks almost uncomfortable, and Percy's eyes somehow widen more than they already are. And then she lets out a soft, blushes, giggles that no one at the table acknowledges. As I was saying, Vienna continues, he isn't alone. He's been traveling with Kai, and this person with short black hair and what looks to be a dragon's horn and tails. It didn't look to be prosthetics. Not any I'd ever seen. She almost resembled you, Abel. And Vienna's gaze goes to the man on the throne, the one who has not spoken this entire time. But at this, his hand grips the arm of the throne even tighter. And he speaks. Is this for certain? It's something to be aware of, just in case. Abel rises from the throne. There's a simmering glare as his gaze sweeps across the room to each of them. We should prepare then. If the old owner of this establishment is out there and plans to return to claim his throne, we'll need preventative measures in place to deal with him and any forces he brings. Abel walks up to Zachary, who still has his arm around Vienna. I need to speak with her. Hand? You're making it difficult. Zachary grumbles, but releases his hold on Vienna, who seems to slightly relax at that. And then Abel turns to Vienna. Vienna, I heard through the syndicate networks of a Golden Bough being transported through J Corp's district. I need you to go and intercept it so we can fortify this place in the case of his return. There's a silent exchange between the two of them before he speaks again. Rennie can accompany you. Head to the nearest station. Understood? Vienna nods and says, I'll send you the bill for the warp train. She gets up at once, hurrying from her seat. And as she does, Rennie follows suit, before pausing when Abel addresses her. And Rennie, I'll leave you the satisfaction of killing that big brother. I don't care much to take his head for myself. Only that he's gone and that I won't have my position taken from me again. Rennie doesn't meet his gaze, but gives a quick nod before following Vienna out of the room. The two hurry off, Vienna not even glancing back at Zachary, who sort of grumbles as Abel turns towards him and says, Zachary, you just had to send her away again. I thought I was finally going to get some. Can I count on your strength if the old owner returns? Zachary lets out a sigh, annoyed, and crosses his arms. I don't want that old man back either. He was always so uptight about his rules, always so concerned with his subjects, and always taking the best meat for himself, leaving scraps for me. I know the creepy bitch over there. And he looks to Percy, who just stares back at him. Said his son won't be coming back. Do you know how long I've wanted to butcher and serve him to the old man? I don't want to go back to bowing my head and kissing the ground he walks on. And I'm a big brother now, too. Not just some backstreets butcher like before. Abel opens his mouth, closes it, disgust in his eyes, but Zachary either doesn't seem to notice or simply doesn't care, as that anger on Zachary's face melts into a laugh and he slings an arm around Abel's shoulder, leaning in close. Which is to say, you can count on me, Abel. Mary and I over there might not see eye to eye, but both of us would much prefer you running the show here. Though next time, I'd like to have Vienna for a little longer before you go sending her out again before we can have any fun. You know, I gotta wonder what's become of her little brother. I haven't seen that brat in quite some time. I miss playing with him. Abel's silent for a moment at Zachary's musings before he grits out, I am glad to have your support, then, in what comes. Zachary just lets out a laugh, slaps him on the back hard before leaving the room, muttering under his breath about what a waste it was to send Vienna out again. And once he's gone, and out of earshot, Abel walks over to Percy. Percy hums. She says the word aloud, despite not humming herself. Can I trust you to remain loyal to me and not your father? Percy looks to him. You can trust me to remain loyal to Neo. I suppose I should have expected that answer. Smiles, bows, and when Percy says this, there is a neutral smile almost frozen on her face, but it does not grow and it does not falter at all. And Abel just sighs and says, with Neo turned back on, but both of us sharing the stage, can he be killed? Can I? I look forward to finding out. Smiles. A tense silence settles over the two, before Abel turns and at last approaches Mary. Percy's gaze follows him as he sits back on his throne. And Mary, do you think you'll be capable of doing everything you need to do to stop the man who once had this throne? I'll have as much trouble killing Prior as you will killing your own sister. A rage bubbles up in Abel's eyes, but beneath it is an almost excited joy, the first sign of such in his expression. The corners of his mouth stuck in that perpetual frown twitch upwards into that of a mad grin. Don't think it'll be much trouble for me. I'll take my time with her until there's nothing left but dying embers. I suppose that's how we'll play it. And as the curtain falls on this crew, this is where we'll end our session. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you all for coming on out. And I hope you are all excited for what next time will bring.